Oh, what's good, everybody? Unite Battle Hub Open Series NA region is back on this Tuesday night.
Tuesday, dudes.
For those of us on Eastern time, it's late. It's 8 p.m. Everybody knows I'm a fossil, but enough about me. Of course, we are here with the one and only Draco. Draco, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty good. Excited to provide you guys some beautiful Pokemon Unite content. Kanashi, how you doing?
Doing good. Excited to go ahead and see what the NA region has to offer. You know, we are in our second month of Open Series, so it's time to start seeing some of these teams starting to form, starting to find a little bit of a rhythm together, and hopefully we get to see them later down in UCS.
Most importantly, I know what we're not going to see tonight, and that's Mewtwo, baby. So we know everything is above board over here in the Unite Battle Hub. And of course, means we actually have some good competitive Pokemon Unite to watch. Everybody knows that it's dire straits out there in the ranked Q ladders. So get into the competitive scene, of course, because that's where the best Pokemon Unite is not only played, but it's the most exciting to watch and be a part of. So Draco, Kanashi, outside of the Mewtwo Menace, outside of Cramorant, which is also banned, Chandelure as well, right? Put all those on ice. We did this last time, Draco, you and I were on, but I'd like to see it run it back again. Draco, what Pokemon are you excited to see tonight?
I'm excited to see some Snipe Shot Inteleon. I've been playing a lot of Snipe Shot Inteleon. Obviously, I know a lot of players love the liquidation. It's a little easier to use, a little more consistent. But if we can see some players really pop off of the Snipe Shot, it's always a really fun thing to cast. And I'm sure for you viewers, it's a cool thing to see too.
Oh, it definitely is. And, you know, we've had this conversation around the world. Snipe Shot is good, and Pokemon Unite is getting in a good place when that becomes a good move set to use. And I think we're finally hitting the stride. At Worlds, looked a little loose. But a couple more months with that Pokemon in people's hands, and we're really seeing some excellent play. I popped by your stream the other day, Draco, and you were icing them down with the Snipe Shot, so no slouch out there either. Kanashi, over to you. Pokemon you want to see tonight in the Unite Battle Hub?
I know that for me, I'm a big defender player. I do like seeing, you know, people figure out different defenders for once. For me, if I get to like pick a random one, just kind of toss in there and hopefully manifest, I want to see some Crustle. I do think that Rock Tomb is actually a really solid move, and if they don't have any form of escape, if they're starting to not play eject button, you just hold them in place. I just want to maybe see something like that happen.
Well, to your point, I mean, Crustle's Rock Tomb is great to pin off, specifically in the Rayquaza pit, right? There's so many paths in, whereas like Remote Stadium, it was like express highways, right? You couldn't really shut those down. These are thinner tunnels. It's a great way to isolate that objective, of course. And eject button is on like what, a 4-year cooldown? You get it like twice a game or something astronomical like that. So I mean, every leap year you get yourself one eject button user. So you know, why not? I'm on the Crustle train too. I think I was rooting really hard last Unite Battle Hub for Sableye. I really wanted to see Sableye come out. We've seen it starting to manifest a little bit lately in the last couple weeks in other grassroots events, and I would like to see it again tonight because Sableye, whereas there's a University of Kentucky in here. Do they know that I live in Kentucky? I just noticed that's what's on the bottom of our screen. I honestly looked over across and I thought it was a joke on me, but because I live in Kentucky. But no, that's just what we're doing. Shout out to UK Wildcats, I guess. Me personally, I have my master's degree from University of Louisville. I'm an L-raiser, so we're not going to go there. We're not going to go there. In all seriousness, I could care less about college sports. It doesn't matter. Anyways, back to Pokemon Unite, which is what we're here for. Another Dude Snacks tangent, and that's why I'm never in the host role, my friends, because I derailed this thing faster than a heartbeat. Okay. We talked about some stuff we want to see. We've kind of seen, like you said, Kanashi, this defender meta kind of isolate itself out, but there's two Pokemon that have always looked rather impressive, but always seem forgotten. And that's Trevenant. Every time Trevenant's in, people are like, oh yeah, this is pretty good. And it usually looks pretty good on camera. And the other one is we've seen just flashes of it, and it's Yawn Snorlax to try and take care of these like hard engagement Pokemon like Zoroark or Dodrio, stuff like that. Because if you can catch one of them with a Yawn, you can just absolutely buckle that Pokemon. Is that something you think we might see tonight, Kanashi, as a defender specialist yourself?
I do love the idea of Yawn because one, it is like big. You can kind of use it in a cone to stop more than one target even. And especially in the hands of a really good Pokemon Unite player, they understand the mechanics. They know how far that thing's going to go. I wouldn't put that past them to use Yawn today. And I do love it when it lands well. It allows the team to get in right where they need to and then collapse onto the target that they need to. So yeah, Yawn Snorlax could definitely be showing up today.
All right,
Just
Drake,
to add on,
Oh,
just
go
to
ahead.
add on to that, Kanashi, I was playing a fun Dragapult game on Rank Ladder the other day. I think it was yesterday on stream, and there was a Yawn Snorlax on the other team, and I'm pretty sure when I got hit by Yawn, I was asleep for a solid like 2 to 3 seconds. Like I think I've always used the block variant of Snorlax. I've never used Yawn, so. Kanashi, do you know if there's like a secondary effect that applies to Yawn, maybe with characters that have more attack damage, or maybe do sacks? Do you know? Because like I was asleep for all of winter time, every time I got hit by a Yawn.
Well, when you're a Dragapult and you get caught in a Yawn, it feels like eternity because that's how long you can't move your character because you were eviscerated instantly, right? I don't think it scales particularly to the opponent that it hits, but what's very unique about Heavy Slam Yawn combo is obviously you can Heavy Slam a target you want, get into the back line, and then put it to sleep. Like Kanashi said, you kind of have that cone effect. Sometimes you can catch more than one target. But it's unique, right? Because that only works, obviously, with a great defender player, as you mentioned, Kanashi. But also, if honestly, the defender is like the shot caller of the team. Because if you do that and you commit to that strategy and nobody follows up, well, then you're just a Snorlax in the back line with no damage on a target. You just, kind of pulled a sick move on. So I think that's why some teams are erring away from it just a little bit. But Drake, talk to me a little bit. We mentioned Trevenant. You and I actually saw it last Battle Hub a couple times, and it looked pretty decent. Do you think we might have a little Trev resurgence tonight?
I think so. I mean, we talked about Trevenant in the last event we casted together, but Trevenant, I mean, really all defenders are in a very stacked category, right? We have Lapras, obviously. We have Umbreon, we have Slowbro. Those are like the 3 premier defenders at the moment here. But what at least we've been seeing, at least with draft mode, is that sometimes both or 2 of those 3 defenders get banned out, which means that these teams have to kind of go down the totem pole of the defenders that they get to choose with. So Trevenant being up there, I would say it's like maybe 4th or 5th best defender in the game. And so if you take those 2 at the top out, you got to go further down. And I think Trevenant is really solid. It got some buffs. I think it was a couple months ago. It hasn't gotten any nerfs, and it's a really good form of CC with that wood hammer. So really think we can see some Trevenant resurgence if we do see a lot of bans on the the upper tier defenders.
Well, I wouldn't mind to see it, but of course, everybody just saw me look off to the sides because I just got notification I need to pitch it to you two because we got a game underway, which apparently University of Kentucky is playing in. So UK esports team, let's get it. Kanashi, Drake, who take us through this first match.
Yeah, so we got University of Kentucky, but they got to go up against God Squad themselves. Right? God Squad is definitely one of those UCS teams that's, right on the cusp of being top 8. I think they may have been top 8, definitely top 16 in this last UCS season. So if University of Kentucky can really pull it together here, they got a big squad to go up against.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those games where once you see the names that are on this God Squad team, you're like, oh man, I've seen this in UCS, I've seen them on the big stage. But that's the thing about this part of the season. There's no solid team that has been together the whole time. So it could be anyone's game, especially if University of Kentucky Esports wants to go ahead and take their shot at God Squad, maybe even knock them down. They can do it. This is the time to do it. And just once again, to let everybody know, it is a best of 3 single elim. So they may have a little bit of a game going back and forth, but once this game is finished, once this match is finished, it's over for whoever is eliminated.
Yeah, we have 20 teams today, not fighting for a penultimate prize. The penultimate prize, of course, is the pride of your team winning the Unite Battle Hub October Open Series for the North American region. But this is also like a really good time. All the Open Series that Unite Battle Hub hosts, it's a really good time to, as Kanashi, you were saying, this is kind of a flux zone in terms of the teams kind of putting their team together for the next UCS season, really maybe hypothesizing or theory crafting some unique teams. But it's a really good time for Pokemon Unite, I gotta say.
Yeah, it's the time that I would say if this were like a kitchen, this is the prep work. A lot of people are just figuring out what they want to do and what works best for their dish. That way, once it's time to go ahead and hop into UCS season, once the games actually really matter, once you start going through those brackets, you have multiple options to go to. You don't always have to be, you know, one trick, play this only, play this only. Sometimes you got to be able to reach deep in your bag because of the ban phase. You have to be able to have something else backed up or lined up. And especially, you know, later in the draft, once you start losing more and more options, as we were stating, defenders are like a high commodity right now. If you lose out on some of them, you have to find maybe your second or third option. This is the time to really hash that out.
Yeah, I agree as well. And so also the fun thing about the Open Series as well is because there's not really, you know, a prize pool associated with it. Some of these teams, you know, might be just a team of friends that, you know, wanted to do something on their Tuesday night. And we might also see some like fun compositions as well. This is obviously the best place to do all that types of stuff. So Open Series, we also have the Double Trouble Series that go on throughout the month as well. That does have a prize pool. But, you know, with the Open Series, like I was saying, you have the option to play some of these more funner mons. And are there any, like, maybe we're probably gonna see, like, you know, the pretty conventional like Lapras, Inteleon, Urshifu, Zacian obviously has been unbanned from, you know, the UCS, and so we're probably gonna see a lot of Zacian today. You were kind of going off of, you know, the defender with the Crustle. Do you think we might be seeing like maybe a Stealth Rock Crustle? What do you think about like Stealth Rock in terms of the Crustle builds?
I think it depends on what the other team wants to do. If the other team wants to fight all the time and you're the Crustle out farming their entire central area while they're not looking, it is the most devastating thing to see that one like level 7 Urshifu finally go back into the central area. Is like, where's my buffs? Where's my buffs? And I'm the guy who's like, okay, it's been a minute since they farmed that. I'm gonna go get that back real quick, and then just dunk that into the goal that they're not at. It can happen if your team is very much score comp reliant. Like if you do that, apply pressure up at top and let a Dodrio go down bottom, I feel like that can be devastating, especially if you could do that before the first 5 minutes. But later down the line, you know, it does also apply a ton of pressure in like a tight space. Once again, if you get rock tombed, then stealth rocked, you're just like held in there. But you could also use it to kind of zone out, see if there's any damage coming through in a bush. You could use it kind of the same way how like Eldegoss uses Pollen Puff. So definitely could be an option where you could just like toss it in and just check where people are. But we'll definitely see if that is going to be the lean or X Scissor. You know, definitely still a great stun on that end. So yeah, we'll see if people start cooking with it. I don't know.
Man, imagine going back to the score comp era. It feels like it's been so long since we've seen that kind of composition. You know, Score Shield obviously got the nerf that it did after year 1, but I mean, like, I think, you know, score comp being a year 1 strat, and you know, now we're in year 3, I think it's kind of still a viable option, kind of just to throw a wrench in, you know, in the plans of the enemy team, right? You have a lot of different score comp opportunity characters, right? You have Crustle, for example. Sableye, again, is probably one of the premier ones nowadays. Dodrio, any really of the speedsters can kind of fill that role. You know, before it was Talonflame, now it's Dodrio. Leafeon can kind of do that as well, has really solid mobility. I would say like score comp is something that's underrated in my opinion at the moment, but it's obviously not used because the you know, item that you need to do it with, Score Shield, has been nerfed. Do you think score comp could ever see a resurgence again?
I think it could help now that we have Urshifu. I think that like with Urshifu kind of being one of those Pokemon that goes through shields, like bringing back the Score Shield a little bit might help. It did make it like super, I wouldn't say exciting, but like it's just like you don't know who's in the lead until the end of the game because everybody's dunking and you're just like looking around the entire time. If we could do, you know, Eos Island original strats, but just take out the Zapdos and replace it with a different bird, we might be able to see something like this resurge. But once again, Pokemon Unite is not a game based off of the amount of KOs you get, and you know, even if you secure raid, doesn't necessarily mean you win the game. The end goal is points. Whoever dunks the most, whoever looks the coolest while dunking, wins the game. So yeah, it's just like Slam Ball. It's the same exact thing. So yeah, definitely would take that into consideration. Remember, points. It's not like whose line is it anyways. The points do matter here.
All right, so we are having a little bit of technical difficulties with one of our teams, and so do not go anywhere. We are going to be bringing round 1 between God Squad and University of Kentucky in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Kanashi, what?
We're
do you have on
saying
your face?
Trevenant. Is Trevenant. We got a Trevenant.
It's a shiny Trevenant too, or a holographic Trevenant as well.
Yeah. You know why? Because God Squad ghosted the game, so we're gonna be moving on to the next one. We have
Ghosted the
SPCs.
game.
They did. Oh, ooh. So SPC Soul Silver versus Miracle Makers is gonna be the one that we're gonna be hopping to. You know, hopefully we get a couple games. We get to go ahead and see what defenders they pick if the boy shows up. And yeah, we'll definitely be keeping an eye on it.
Yeah, just to update you, our viewers, it looks like God Squad had a couple of technical difficulties, so unfortunately, we are going to be saying goodbye to them in this first round. University of Kentucky, you hear that, Dubes, in the back? Your university is moving on. All right, but we are going to be still bringing you some round one action. SPC Soul Silver going up against Miracle Maker. So thank you guys for being patient as we do get into this next game.
Yeah, excited to see what these two teams have. We over here don't really have a ton of background on either of these teams, so it's going to be a delightful surprise for anyone. I love watching these kinds of teams because you never know what they like to play, and especially like what they have crafted with their teams. I do assume that the person on Miracle Makers, if their name is I Love Delphox, they probably play Delphox. But other than that, we probably don't have anything else to go off of. So yeah, let's go ahead and hop into the draft.
And here we go. It looks like they're eyeing that Delphox ban on the right side, but that's kind of weird. They say their name is I Love Delphox, but they're banning up the Delphox themselves. All right, here we go. We got the defenders are going to be taking a seat here. So maybe what we were talking about before with the Trevenant coming in, it might be in actuality with both the Slowbro and the Lapras being banned out by these teams.
Yeah, it's going to force that pool to shrink quite a bit. So a lot of people have to figure out what defenders they want to run, who's going to be their tanky front line in this kind of situation. And hopefully we get to see them figure out what they want to do, or if they have a certain alternative that they do want to cook up here.
Yeah, so Umbreon is most likely going to be the first option here. That is like of the three trifecta defenders, that is probably one of the best ones as well. And they're going to go with a pretty aggressive pick here on the side of Miracle Makers. They're going to grab that Inteleon and then the Hoopa as well.
Yeah, so two of them that get in and out quite quickly, have a lot of mobility built into them. That does leave with Slowbro off the field. Urshifu kind of goes uncontested in terms of like mitigating the damage, so that looks like that's going to be the play along with the Zoroark.
Yeah, a really aggressive showing on the other side as well. They're going to pick up that Urshifu, most likely going to be the water Urshifu. You know, Dark Urshifu has, been more popular when Urshifu was released, but it's definitely not the story now. So now the real question is, how is Miracle Makers going to have to deal with this dive that the Zoroark and the water Urshifu provides the team? We got the Blastoise coming in here. All right, we don't know if that's going to be the handler of the Blastoise once we have the the character switch around, but they do need an answer for those two characters specifically, Kanashi.
Yeah, so they definitely needed something to kind of absorb that front line. You can't just let Inteleon walk into that, or else he's gonna,
Oh.
kind of get shredded up. So really good pick by them. We do see the Sableye coming straight in, so hopefully we get a little bit of disruption coming out from SPC Soul Silver. Miracle Maker's gonna round out their comp with that Leafeon.
Yeah, they must obviously be listening to the stream here because they heard of Dupe Snacks talking about he wanted to see a Sableye, and here we go, first game of the evening, Sableye being picked up here. Obviously a really fun pick. It's definitely not the supporter that is picked most often, but still a really awesome pick to see it coming out here.
Yeah, really excited to see how this is going to be playing out. And especially how the Sableye is going to be played. Is it going to be like another lane disruption one that just goes in, just, gets a couple scores on the back line, keeps pressure up on that front goal? Or is it going to be one of those jungle invade Sableyes that just goes in and just makes sure that whoever does have the central area for Miracle Makers is just not having a good time?
Yeah, I anticipate these fights to be fairly quick. Both teams don't really have a really solid source of healing. Obviously, the Hoopa is on the field, but looking at like these characters that are on the field, right? The Zoroark and the Venusaur and the Sableye, pretty squishy across the board. Same thing with the other side. Leafeon and Teleon don't have a whole lot of HP investment to those characters either. So I anticipate pretty short, not drawn out fights and a lot of KOs and a lot of action this game.
Yeah, expect a lot of really quick bursts. Just finding out whoever you want to target, trying to take them down as quickly as possible. And yeah, just trying to find those certain picks here and there. It's going to be really interesting once we start getting into team fights, if it's just going to break out into individual fights, or if there is going to be enough like crowd control and holding in order to really make the game snowball into what it needs to be.
Here we go, everybody. First game of the evening. Unite Battle Hub Open Series North America, Soul Silver, Miracle Makers. Let's see what these teams got for them.
Yeah, it looks like we do have a really standard laning going through here. We are going to give the Sableye the slow buff as well, so we'll see if that is going to bother people up at top lane, especially since it is making its way up there. Might just go and grab a couple Bunnelby, right? Yeah, Bunnelby. I'm like, which bunny is this? But yeah, grabbing a couple Bunnelby, trying to help out the initial fight and maybe slow up, get a couple picks, and allow their teammate to go ahead and grab some of those wild Pokemon while they can.
Yeah, definitely a tough lane to go up against, especially if you're that stacking Zoroark as well. The Hoopa applies a lot of pressure with those autos, and the same thing with the Zacian. Two different types of autos, one with the sword, one with the laser. It's still a really difficult lane to match up against. All right, looks like we have the Urshifu in the top lane. The Leafeon has headed down into this bottom lane. It's most likely going to be a flip here. Urshifu is going to wipe the lane in the top lane. Leafeon probably going to wipe this bottom lane. Let's see what they got going for them. The Umbreon is caught on an island, and it looks like the Bulbasaur is the only one able to hold off this gold zone, and they can, unfortunately, with a couple stacks going in for Miracle Makers.
Yeah, not quite evolved into that Ivysaur quite yet, so can't quite get that. But now they're looking at that Hoopa, they're going to go ahead and bring that down to go ahead and start transformation to go ahead and back out, maybe dodge one of the hits. But no, they're getting more aggressive. They're starting to collapse in here, but not biting off more than they can chew. They understand that the Hoopa might be making their way back, so they're going to back up as well.
It looks like both of these teams have some Hollowers that I want to shout out as well. It is October, Halloween is on the horizon. This Zoroark looking quite spooky with their witch hat, maybe trying to get some witchcraft up in the top lane. We have the Zacian with the Pirate Hollower as well. So lots of costumes here. There's a 3v1. Looks like the Sableye is going to go ahead and retreat back to the left side of the map here, as we do see both of these teams just trying to get as much farm as they can before getting into the first set of objectives.
Yeah, and trying to get those important level spikes as quickly as they can. They understood that their Ivysaur on Soul Silver side was having a little bit of trouble, so giving them that central area to possibly get Hyper Beam, or not Hyper Beam, Solar Beam, before they go ahead and start up those Reggies would be really important and really helpful for those last hit secures.
Yeah, it looks like once again the two physical attackers up in the top lane as well. Sableye is going to reveal themselves somewhere here. Looks like they're going to go and fear that Zacian. Zacian's going to go and pull out a Sacred Sword, going to make it to the right side of the map here. Urshifu going in deep, able to get a KO here onto the Leafeon. Zacian got to be really careful as well. Sacred Sword on the field gets wiped out on its own.
And yeah, you already see Soul Silver applying a ton of pressure up here at top, just scoring through, trying to get as much advantage as they possibly can, but also making their presence felt down here at the bottom lane. You see the Solar Beam trying to go through, maybe get a couple taps on the Registeel, but we'll see if the rest of the team is going to collapse here.
Oh, really nice spear by the Sableye. Can they get this objective here? It looks like the Leafeon able to get the objective with that Solar Blade, and they're wanting some more here. It looks like right now the Ivysaur is going to get taken down. It actually has a Shedinja doll. That's a really interesting option. Typically, you see it with an eject button here. Maybe, once again, taking a note from Dupe Snacks, wanting an item that maybe is a little bit more active, but it's definitely not something you see very often with a Venusaur.
Yeah, they try to dodge as much as they can, but the unfortunate part about the Shedinja doll is the second that you use it, you can't move. You are stuck there. So could take a couple of those hits, but it does leave you to stall out just a little bit. But we'll see if Soul Silver wants to go ahead and dive in on the rest of this team. You start seeing a little bit of the chip damage going through. Zoroark already trying to target down the Inteleon, going to be able to grab at least one. You start seeing the rest of the team starting to push forward, trying to give a little bit of space here on the goal. 2 points remaining in order for it to break, and it looks like Soul Silver is just there to go ahead and finish it off.
Nice 34-point overcap, and they want some more here. Here we go. All right, Soul Silver trying to suck the soul here of Miracle Makers, and it looks like the Azure Spy Vision is going to go ahead and activate on the field to defend this goal zone, but it looks like Soul Silver has gotten what they wanted. They got the scores they needed, and now they're going to go ahead and retreat back to the left side. 275-20. This is now starting to bloom into a pretty significant lead by Soul Silver.
Oh, but it looks like it might not be for free. They're going to go ahead and grab the Sableye, and now they're chasing down the Zoroark. We'll see if they happen to go ahead and catch up. You see the speed of the Leafeon trying to get in there, but they're biting off a little bit more than they can chew. They're getting funneled into this little pocket, and the Urshifu is here, followed by the Solar Beam coming out from the Ivysaur. Now they're looking for even more going through. Going to go ahead and take out their Kanto counterpart, and now they're looking at the Zoroark. Is Zoro lost, or is the Zacian just running away? That's going to be the play. Not going to go for the Regieleki, allowing Soul Silver to give them a little bit of time to go ahead and take this, but definitely making their presence felt here in Theia Sky Ruins.
Here, there's a couple of things that can go on here, right? They can go ahead and continue pushing this into that tier 2 goal zone. The Hoopa does have access to the Unite move, so they can take that objective in the bottom side for Miracle Makers, but it looks like, oh, here comes a big Verdant Anger as well. Nice Solar Beam lands on the Zacian, and Hoopa's gonna go ahead and bring everyone up to the top. Maybe can they get this defense? Here comes the Hoopa unbound, and it looks like the Inteleon's the only one that is up, and they're gonna go ahead and shatter this goal zone. That is no tier 1, no tier 2 for Miracle Makers, and they're also gonna get another KO as well.
And we'll see if the Zoroark gets out of here scot-free. That is going to be the case, and now all their attention is being drawn to this Urshifu, but he's not going to go down without a fight, already taking out one, and now a 1v3 being chased into this corner. The Umbreon finally coming in to help him out. The Hydro Typhoon trying to knock them up, but New Tony still has their sneakers on, still running through them, running like Forrest Gump at the end of the movie, just trying to get out of here, and it looks like they're going to get away scot-free. So much of the experience just allowing them to stay alive in that fight and being able to disengage properly.
I gotta say, you know, these Zoroark may have the spookier outfit, but this Urshifu is definitely looking like the boogeyman for Miracle Makers here, right? Both teams now just trying to get their farm off of the field. Obviously, a lot more farm is available on the side of Miracle Makers, right? They don't have their tier 1s or really their tier 2s even, and Soul Silver has to make some more aggressive pushes to maybe get some KOs or get some experience that is on the right side of the map. Their tier 1s being up, Indeedys are nowhere to be found.
Yeah, and you see how Miracle Makers is trying to move. They're moving together, just trying to get whatever experience onto the Pokemon that they need. But we also have to keep in mind that there is going to be another Regieleki up here at the top. We'll see if either of these teams want to go ahead and fight for it, if it's going to create enough pressure. But overall, it looks like Miracle Makers, it looks like they might go ahead and collapse here. They have been spotted out, though.
Yeah, so they're not having a tier 1 or a tier 2 leaves their tier 3 open, vulnerable to a tier 3 Regieleki push. And it looks like right now, Soul Silver, not only do they have the lead in experience, but they have a really strong positioning as well. Zacian trying to suss out this area here. Regieleki is going to go ahead and get taken by the Solar Beam, and here comes the march down the boulevard of broken goal zones. It's going to go ahead and bounce down that top path to see if it can make it to that tier 3. Let's see what Miracle Makers decides to do here. 10 seconds on the clock before the final stretch.
Yeah, they also have to deal with this Regieleki at the moment. Final stretch, Ray is going to come up, and it looks like Soul Silver just is going to be playing Protect the President. Just wait for the team to really make a move here, but it looks like they are going to go ahead and find one already. This poor Blastoise just caught in the mean look. Is not going to be able to get out. Just kidding. Going to go ahead and use that Hoops Unbound to go ahead and bring him up, but it's not for much. The rest of the team is starting to collapse in on here. Soul Silver looking to eat up even more. They are looking at another one that is going to be the whole team wiped. Miracle Makers, Miracle not answered today as Ray is going to go down. Soul Silver going to go ahead and capture that and push on and extend this lead even more.
Man, I blinked my eyes and the entire team of Miracle Makers was taken out. You know, the Blastoise was put in jail by that mean look. Good play by the Hoopa to try to get them out of that danger zone, but didn't even matter, getting KO'd there as well. But it just looks like Miracle Makers was just kind of all over the place for that Rayquaza fight, right? They got two people up dealing with the Regieleki. The Blastoise was maybe trying to get some vision in the bottom area of the pit, but, you know, losing your Blastoise being your source of front line, it's really tough. Right, and here we go. They're going to go ahead and try to make a push for this tier 1 goal zone, but they already lost their Inteleon, already lost their Zacian. There goes the Blastoise as well. This is definitely a GG go next for Miracle Makers.
Yeah, and Soul Silver just going to go ahead and, you know, make sure that the message is sent if it wasn't already. The transformation into the Claydol, you know, MVP got a KO once before, so we'll definitely see if this is going to just keep stacking up. It's giving Miracle Makers time to really figure out what they want to go ahead and do in this next game. Once again, these are best of 3 single elims, so Miracle Makers will have a chance to kind of answer back in the next draft, but they have to possibly go back to the drawing board before they could figure out what they could change here.
1,031 to 20 points. I think Kanashi, this might be the biggest differential I have ever seen in a Pokemon Unite match. I hate to say it on the side of Miracle Makers, but it looks like they are going to need a miracle in Minneapolis to get themselves.
Yeah, that is going to be exactly it. We're going to go ahead and hop into that score screen. Let's go ahead and see what we are going to have here. Wow, okay. About 1,040, you know. A 1040, not a bad graphics card, but a really bad differential if you're talking Pokemon Unite here. So SPC doing a pretty good job. You see how much pressure not only the Zoroark and the Urshifu have been applying, but also having May in the backline just to be able to send a couple solar beams your way has been very devastating. But on the side of Miracle Makers, I just felt like they just needed to get their levels up, get some more experience, and maybe even out some of these fights as they continue to go on through. But I think that's just a small adjustment that Miracle Makers can make. And we'll see what they are going to go ahead and do, especially heading into game number 2.
Man, take a look at these damage numbers here. 111,000 damage on the side of May with their Venusaur. I mean, we were talking about this Urshifu all game, but look at this damage from this Venusaur. I think one of the key moments that I want to talk about here was when they made, you know, Soul Silver made a push for the right side, and then they were retreating over to the left side, and then we were talking about, you know, Miracle Makers were going into this break point or into this bottleneck, and this Venusaur got like a solar beam on 3 of them or something like that. But this Venusaur, you know, despite having a Zacian, despite having a Leafeon on the other team, I'm pretty sure they felt pretty safe for most of that game. What do you think, Kanashi?
Yeah, I don't think that they were really contested during some of these fights. They were so busy having to deal with the Zoroark and or the Urshifu during these fights that you kind of forget that there's like this cannon that's just sitting in the back launching these big beams that's eating up 80% of your HP. So they have to really worry about where that Venusaur is going to be at any given time. I do think that if they collapse or even prioritize, maybe even flanked one to go ahead and like force the Venusaur to get closer into the fight, that may have helped them out a little bit. But overall, I feel like SPC Soul Silver had the game plan kind of locked in. They understood what they wanted to go ahead and play, and they executed quite well.
Yeah, I think kind of on the what we were talking about during draft, right? The big issue was trying to deal with the Urshifu and the Zoroark getting to their backline, right? They only had a Blastoise, and Blastoise doesn't really get its, you know, primary crowd control abilities at what, level 5 if they're going with Surf or the Hydro Pump, right? And even when they do have access to both of those abilities, it doesn't maybe provide as much control as, say, a Mean Look does, right? A Leafeon and a Mean Look, or a Zacian and a Mean Look, putting them in jail just makes it really difficult for them, not only to like stay with within a fight for a very long period of time, but just to stay alive, you know? It makes it very difficult for them. And then you have the Venusaur, who is literally outranging everyone on the enemy team. And if your dive is not getting to that Venusaur, it's free range for all of those solar beams.
Yeah, you also have to give credit to the Sableye as well. The
Freeze.
Sableye has been playing a couple of games where they'll just like toss a they'll toss a couple Eos energy into certain mostly contested bushes that the other team wants to have in order to get good positioning, and being able to have that information is one of the pieces that Sableye, most of us know Sableye to just be annoying and stealing your Eos energy, but the other part of it is getting information and knowing where they're at, and that information equals solar beam to the face. So they're just doing a really good job of collecting and figuring out where Miracle Makers want to play, and then just kind of taking away that space.
I think, you know, Miracle Makers, they had a really good draft. You know, I didn't you know, have any particular issues with it. Obviously, it's very difficult to deal with an Urshifu, even when you do have the right crowd control tools on your team. But I think a couple of things that they can, you know, make some adjustments, maybe add some more crowd control, but also play around their Hoopa just a little bit more, right? And so Soul Silver did a really great job at breaking that tier 1 goal zone really early on. I don't even know if there was a very large overcap in general, but, you know, removing a tier 1 goal zone from a Hoopa really inhibits the team from using Hoopa to their advantage, right? You can't really go from your tier 1s to tier 1s if the tier 1 is gone. And then the same thing with like the Hoopa Unite move, like they use that Hoopa Unite move kind of defensively to defend that tier 2 from that Regieleki push. Unfortunately, the only one that was there to help out was the Inteleon. Inteleon didn't even show up anyway. So I think in order, some adjustments, again, they need to make more crowd control if Soul Silver does decide to go with a heavy dive composition, and then also playing with that Hoopa a little bit better if they decide to go with the Hoopa again.
Yeah, and I do agree with what we were talking about, especially early on in the broadcast. I do think that Snorlax could be that answer for them if they do want to go ahead and kind of funnel off the rest of the team or just like push them away. They have that big line to go ahead and play off of. So I do think that that would be a good way to start things off as we are about to head into game number 2 here. SPC Soul Silver versus Miracle Makers.
I ran off stream to go grab my Snorlax Squishmallow really quickly, but we went to you'll see. Wait. Yes, we're back. I got the Squishmallow, and yeah, we harnessing the Squishmallow Snorlax on the side of Miracle Makers here. It looks like we switch sides here. Yes, we did switch sides. Yeah. So for our viewers, so Soul Silver is now going to be on orange side. Miracle Makers, who is down a game, is going to be over on purple side on the left here. A little bit different draft start so far. Looks like Lapras is going to be on the field as well. Umbreon is going to go ahead and take a seat this time, but this is going to leave both of the defenders that were banned out in the last game to be selected here, and that's where we're seeing that's what we're seeing right away here. Lapras, Slowbro being picked up right away.
Yeah, if they're going to fall through the cracks, you're going to go ahead and pick them up. So really good adjustment coming out from this one. They're saying, hey, let's play a completely different game, and they're like, I bet. So this is going to be the play. SPC Soul Silver going to go and pick up those 2 defenders. Here's that Blissey, that sustained healing that we were kind of missing from last game is going to be making its appearance here.
All right, we might see an ode to the true boogeyman here. Zacian with the Comfey. That was a nightmare to deal with in the rank ladder, and we're going to be seeing it here, right? We didn't see that so much in the competitive sense because Zacian was banned out for quite a significant time when it was released. We're seeing it here in the Open Series, and once again, Miracle Makers, they gotta get something to deal with this dive, and it looks like the Trevenant is coming out to play here.
Yeah, the Trevenant's going to be a really good answer, especially since a lot of these members do want to dive in. They do decide to go with the Horn Leech. They could go ahead and push them away, but they could also just slow them up if they do decide to go with that the Pain Split or the Curse, just to kind of chip away at some of this damage. But I do think the Horn Leech is going to be the go-to, just to give them a little bit more space than what they need here.
I gotta say, for Soul Silver's team, they have a really interesting draft, right? So they have this Azumarill pick. You know, Azumarill is definitely not one of the, you know, top 2, top 3 all-rounders in the game. It is very round. Don't get me wrong. It is a very good all-rounder being very round. But this Comfey is going to have so much fun this game. They literally have 4 different targets that they can latch onto. Obviously, the premier pick is going to be the Zacian with the Comfey, but with an Aqua Tail Azumarill already having really solid sustain by itself, with a Comfey, putting a crown on that thing is also going to be a nightmare to deal with.
Yeah, usually we don't see the Easter Bunny around this time of the year, but it looks like we're gonna go ahead and get that in our draft today. So they actually did go with the Easter Bunny Hollowware as well. So that is gonna be very cute. But yeah, I do agree that this team is very melee like reliant. Their range is not very deep. And that's where the Lapras and the Trevenant are gonna shine the most. If you can get the Trevenant to push them away and keep them off of the Venusaur, kind of being like a personal bouncer for Venusaur, if you can get that and keep that going for your team, you'll be in a very good position. But at the same time, it can be overwhelming if it so happens that the Venusaur gets tackled down, and just everybody's starting to wail on it like the entire crew from JoJo's.
All right, going into game number 2 here. Miracle Makers back against the wall. Soul Silver up 1-0 in the set of a best of 3. Again, the name of the game for today is single elimination. So if Miracle Makers can't find a miracle here on Thea Sky Ruins, they're going to be going home for the night.
Yeah, 2 words, 1 round. That's just how it works. So we're gonna go ahead and see how it's gonna get played out. Once again, they want to get Comfey up to level 4 minimum, but try to prioritize the rest of the farm going towards some of their bigger and heavier hitters here. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye out to see where the levels are going to be landing for a lot of these Pokemon, and especially if there's some earlier picks. You already see the Comfey kind of getting in a little bit of danger here. It's just going to go ahead and latch onto the Zacian and latch away when it feels safe enough here.
You know, that's one of the cool things about Comfey, right? So most people think of Comfey as just being that character that, you know, just heals your teammate, you know, whoever's latched onto. But one of the cool things about Comfey is that you also need to identify when you can take hits for your host as well. Detaching, you're going to go ahead and go for this neutral farm here. It looks like Zoroark is going to obliterate this ghost. This little tiny phantom is going to become a ghost for a little bit here as they do return back to the field here. It looks like Feint Attack trying to go deep once again onto this Bulbasaur. They're going to go ahead and get some stacks and go ahead and retreat back to the right side. Opposites happening in the top lane.
Yeah, they tried to also make Bulbasaur a grass ghost type, but that's not going to happen this time. It's just smart enough to go ahead and back out there. But it looks like Zoroark is going to go ahead and contest the central area, and is just trying to be a menace. Going to go ahead and grab the red buff, trying to make sure that the rest of the team cannot get its advantage or any of the little experience that they can possibly snowball into. So being a menace on that end already.
Man, looks like they're going to be able to get back over to the right side here. They're trying to get a stack for themselves, and it looks like right now, Comfey has once again found another one of the hosts that it can latch onto. We were talking about Zacian, we were talking about Azumarill being an option, but we have to talk about the witchcraft that this Zoroark is going to be able to do with that Comfey attached to them.
Yeah, they are trying to chip away here. You see the Parasong trying to drop the Zoroark pretty low, but it's going to hit him with a reverse Uno. That's going to be 1 down. They're looking at the egg, possibly going to go ahead and scramble that one up. Breakfast is served. It is gone. We are going to go ahead and see the rest of Miracle Maker still trying to get those levels up and running. But hopefully they can find a little bit more experience going their way and start swinging it, especially towards this Reggie spawn.
So 15 seconds on the clock before our first set of objectives here. The defender's just going to go ahead. Oh, it looks like Slowbro is going to go down here. And it looks like Miracle Makers is going to go ahead and try to press forward onto this tier 1 goal zone as well. It looks like Urshifu is caught out by themselves as well. This is also a dark Urshifu as well. It's something to point out that we don't normally see a dark Urshifu very commonly. I don't know if that's the play here, to be honest, because typically with a dark Urshifu, you also want to, you know, pretty heavy rip on your team to take objectives off of the map. They don't really have that on the side of Miracle Makers.
Yeah, the only other one that they could possibly land with is that Solar Beam coming out from the Ivysaur, but they're already going to go ahead and lose the Trevenant. Now you start seeing them getting aggressive. They're diving straight into the backline, already taking out one and still continuing on with their scoring streak as well. The Zoroark, there is a Midnight Daze just to deal even more damage, and tier 1's already gone, so no Speedway, no way to back out, no way out. This is looking like a horror film as we are still continuing to push on through Soul Silver, dunking more and more in. It's kind of the repeat of what we saw, the early aggression coming out from Soul Silver, just to apply pressure and eat up even more of the map.
A shadowy haze has befallen Thea Sky Ruins, as it looks like Soul Silver is trying to put Miracle Makers in their shadow. 167 to 41. This is a little bit better than what we've seen before. You know, last game, Miracle Makers only scored 20. They have now doubled their points, plus a little bit more. But obviously, they still have quite a ways to go. They've lost their tier 1. They're trying to go for this Reggie Solar Beam, missing their mark quite very far to the right here, and it looks like Regieleki is going to go ahead and take this march onto this tier 1 goal zone, slow beam onto the Urshifu.
Yeah, slow beam to go ahead and hold up whoever they need to. They're just going to nicely walk this Regieleki straight in here. Now, the quick maths. Okay, let's see. Okay, so 20, 29. Here's another 21, another 4, and then hopefully they get the 40 through, unless they're going to go ahead and try to get as much as possible. They're looking to do some math here. If not, they're just gonna go ahead and okay, come on, buddy, you can do it. Don't be afraid. But meanwhile, the dog trying to get tackled up here. They have a 4-on-2 opportunity here, but Flowery Fields Forever gonna go ahead and allow them to back out here, and they're just gonna go ahead and sprint out. Zacian gonna get out of the central area and might even get a little bit more scoring for the Zoroark.
Yeah, so 40 went into that top T1 goals, and that is most importantly a stack and more points as well here. I mean, let's see what they can do, right? So obviously back against the wall, they have some tools that they can use. They have the Urshifu Unite move. No. A haze once again has befallen on Thea Sky Ruins as 2 KOs going in the way of the Zoroark, finally getting taken down by the Venusaur. I think if there's a character that needs that experience the most, that might be the hero that will be the miracle from the Miracle Makers. It might be this Venusaur, because level 11 on the Venusaur is the highest on their side of the field so far. They need to get to 13 in order for them to make a really big, significant impact in the end game.
Yeah, and we'll see if they are going to go ahead and contest like the basement Reggie later, because that might allow them to get that power spike to go ahead and help them out in some of these fights. But once again, there's just so much pressure coming out. Oh, Urshifu, he's peeking his head out, trying to get a little bit of a hit going through, but the rest of the team starting to collapse here on this Regieleki as it's starting to spawn. But the 4 members of Miracle Makers now having to backpedal.
Oh.
Here's Phantom Force to go ahead and initiate, followed by some of the damage coming in from the Zacian, looking to go ahead and get one. The Blissey is already out of the fight. They're looking for more. They're going to go ahead and get 4 more. That is going to be the case. Meanwhile, the Venusaur just trying to possibly get in here, but it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Zoroark's going to go ahead and clean that up, and the rest of the team is going to clean up the Regieleki.
Man, that was a tough outing for Miracle Makers. That Phantom Forest getting the debuff on 3 to 4 of Soul Silver, and then it turning out the way that it did. Yeah, this is definitely going to be a massive a mountain that they need to climb on the side of Miracle Makers. They're going to go ahead and take this Regieleki off the map pretty easily, but take a look at this. Soul Silver has been in their jungle. They have owned both sides of the map for both of these games. I don't know what they can do here. I think what they need here is they need a really good Urshifu Unite move onto the Zoroark or onto the Zacian, followed by a Bliss assistance to even KO that character. But they also have to deal with the Comfey, because if the Comfey is on literally any one of these characters, they are not going to be KO'd for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and I feel like that swing experience is really important right now too. They really need to get some more levels under their belt. You already see the Venusaur already up to level 12, but being harassed by the Zoroark up at top. But that does mean that this is a 4-on-4 down here. Regirock already down to half HP as the rest of the team is starting to collapse in here. Surf going to try to keep a couple more people away. The Dark Urshifu trying to wind up the fist. It's not going to happen. Azumarill going to be able to grab that last KO. Going to go ahead and chase down the Zacian as well, or the rest of the team is starting to scramble. No, had to use the Bliss assistance to get out of there, and now is going to go ahead and leave them back there. The damage is already done to the team, and now with the final stretch down 3 members, they might be able to spawn in here, but Soul Silver is already starting to shred away at the Ray.
All right, the miracle, like we were talking about before, is going to be this Venusaur. Can they get a solar beam off? But take a look at this. The Slowbro is not going to let them play the game. They're going to go ahead and use that slow beam onto the Venusaur, and this is going to be a free Rayquaza for Soul Silver. They have literally removed the soul from the miracle themselves here. They got all the shields. They got all the points. We'll see you guys in the next one.
Yeah, Miracle Makers just couldn't quite get the experience that they needed in order to be effective in this game. You see how quick and up-tempo Soul Silver was playing. It's just aggression, pure aggression every single time. They're tagging in and out for their teammates. They're just in your face at your house, eating your food out of your fridge. That's all they're doing, and they're just taking even more. Look at them. They're just continuing to push on through, forcing them out of their spawn area, getting a little bit more, and then just gonna continue to dunk on through here.
Hey, Soul Silver is looking really strong though from both of these games here. I anticipate them having a really strong showing throughout this tournament. I mean, they all have the same clan tag, so it might be players that play with each other pretty frequently, whereas Miracle Makers, they might be some newer players, or maybe they haven't played with each other as much as SPC has. But thank you again, once again, Miracle Makers. If you're gonna rewatch this VOD, thanks for joining in on tonight's event. Soul Silver is gonna be moving on though.
Yeah, it looks like just a couple more tag ups, just trying to get whatever they can, maybe get a nice little consolation prize at the end of this. But for the most part, Soul Silver played this game quite well. They kept it up tempo. Miracle Makers needed time and experience to get their Pokemon online. It just didn't happen with how much pressure the Zoroark was creating and how much havoc they were creating throughout the entire match. But once again, we'll get the final tally up and running for you guys, and then we'll take a quick peek at the stats as well.
All right, so obviously it's going to be all in the way of Soul Silver. 10 KOs by the Azumarill player. Round of applause for the Round Rabbit themselves. They've quite literally brought the Easter celebration here in October. 11 KOs going over to Zoroark as well. Take a look at these assists across the board as well. Double digits assists for everybody. 125k for your speedster, 112k to round out the Round Rabbit. It's looking pretty good again for Soul Silver.
Yeah, you have to consider huge power is still something that you can't scoff at. If you take one-on-ones versus an Azumarill, you will get shredded. So it is very, very spooky to go into that. But overall, just really solid stats coming out from both these sides. Miracle Makers trying to make sure that they can get the Venusaur online and make sure that they are ready to go, but just didn't quite happen this time around. But Miracle Makers can definitely show up for the next open series if they do want to take a shot at Double Trouble as well later in the month. They could do that as well. So congrats to Soul Silver. They're going to be moving on into our next round, so definitely be keeping an eye out for that.
Yeah, before we go into the break though, Miracle Makers, maybe, just maybe, you bring a Delphox in the next one. You do have a player named I Love Delphox. Bring them out, because I'm sure they're a fantastic Delphox player. Do not go anywhere. We are going to be bringing you to the quarterfinals for, again, the Unite Battle Hub North American Open Series for October. It's going to be a spooky one. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Unite Battle Hub Open Series North America. Once again, I'm Kanashi. I'm joined by Draku and Dupe Snacks. We had an amazing first game between SPC Soul Silver versus Miracle Makers, but we're going to be moving on into our quarterfinals as the University of Kentucky is going to be facing off against Grime Time. Yeah, so definitely excited to see these two teams. I know that we're a little bit more familiar with the players on Grime Time, but University of Kentucky making its way out here too.
University of Kentucky. We were talking about this in the back room, but I'm pretty sure us as casters have never seen a Pokemon Unite team that's associated with a university. That's pretty exciting. Wouldn't you guys say?
I mean, they're using the official logo. I Googled it. I went on. I actually have pulled up over here the University of Kentucky esports page, and they are using the official logo now. I don't know if they're fraudsters out here because Pokemon Unite hasn't been added to their roster of games within which their esports team plays. So maybe just run a little cover for themselves, like just in case things go a little crazy and be like, oh, that was no UK esports, that wasn't us, and then you switch up your tags and all that. But it seems like they're pretty committed to it because they have UKY in all their gamer tags.
You know, Dupe Snacks. I know you do like the jerseys, and if this University of Kentucky team really starts pulling it out here, these Net Battle Hub events, and then maybe in UCS, you might be seeing another jersey, my friend.
My fandom can be bought. Everyone knows this. You send me a jersey, I will gas your squad up. No questions asked. So yeah, UK, send me a jersey, baby. I'm here. I'm in the state. There's only like 7 Pokemon Unite players in the state. 5 of them are on this team. I'm number 6, and I'm assuming there's one more somewhere. So there you go. Get us all hooked up, all 7 of us.
Yeah, there you go. You just write it off as a tax expense and just ship it straight over to Dupe Snack's house. That's exactly how it's
just
gonna go.
have one of the kids walk it over? I mean, what are you shipping for? Anyways. We mentioned it. I can't remember who was in the backroom lobby that said, yes, a good litmus test. It is indeed, because you said we know some names on Grime Time. We've got Rhino, Muck, and Bora Reach ready to absolutely slaughter these college kids real quick. So, yeah, University of Kentucky, we're going to see how much practice you've got in, because you've got some warriors on the other side.
And not only that, University got kind of a bye in their last round. God Squad unfortunately had some issues, and they did not play their round. So University of Kentucky, they move forward. Grime Time coming in 2-0, so they're coming in hot for this game.
Yeah, and that is going to be another thing to like keep in mind. You know, Grime Time just got off of their match, has a little bit of warm up in order to get ready for this match. Meanwhile, University of Kentucky could have been playing some off screen, off camera, but we don't know how good the squad is because we actually haven't seen them play yet. So really excited to go ahead and see how this is going to play out. And yeah, especially since we're heading straight into quarterfinals, you know, it is best of 3, single elim. So these teams are just ready to go ahead and show us what they got.
I will say, I got to see my Sableye last round. And if y'all are familiar, I'm sure you are, Muck has been playing a lot of Snipe Shot and Inteleon lately. So Draco, you might get your wish as well in this matchup here if Inteleon slides past that ban phase, because there's nothing I think Muck would like more than to embarrass some children with a Snipe Shot and Inteleon. So at the Unite Battle Hub, we're here for it. We're going to put it on screen and we're going to talk about it. And that's just a few mere moments away.
I would love to see a Snipe Shot, but I just did a quick little Google search over here on the left, and University of Kentucky's mascot is the Wildcat.
It is indeed.
So they have to bring a Zeraora. It has to be on brand, clearly. What do you guys think? Could we possibly see a Zeraora just to make sure they keep their scholarships, maybe?
It might be in the contract clause. You have to play mascot character in game. So we'll definitely see if that is in the paperwork, and especially if it's a part of the team comp that they want to go ahead and run later.
Maybe I'm just not willing to run with a gag, but there's no shot that the roots run deep enough into the esports scene at University of Kentucky that it tethers into Unite to the point where they need to play Zeraora. If they play Zeraora, it's going to be of their own volition, and holy smokes, it better be the best Zeraora on the planet, or else they're going to lose to a team that is very well UCS established and Battle Hub established in Grime Time. And we say Grime Time, we mean those 3 core players that we've seen week in and week out grinding Pokemon Unite at a competitive level.
And if there are any university reps out there that have an esports organization, honestly, I kind of want to pull out for the can't really say underdogs, more like undercats here on the side of University of Kentucky. I hope they move forward here and they have a really good showing tonight, because if there are any university reps, we need some more esports in our college campuses. What do you guys think?
Yeah, definitely. It is a growing market. I know that a lot of us university students will be playing anyways. We finish homework. Sometimes we don't finish homework because we're playing our games. But that tends to be the way how it goes. It's just like we want to grind, we want to compete. And if we can't do it outside, we'll do it inside. So that is usually the play. And yeah, I would love to see other, especially colleges in this area as well, to go ahead and take a shot at, possibly repping the world here in Pokemon Unite. So it may be a small game. We have a really good community, and we also have multiple tournaments that are just constantly going on. So keep your eyes peeled for not only Open Series, but also Double Trouble later down the line as well. We just have a lot of really great tournaments put on by the community. So as long as you keep in touch with a couple of people here and there, you guys could get your reps in, compete in UCS, and possibly even rep your squad.
I agree. I mean, I'm going to just put the button on this. Of course, any more teams that get involved, whether it's collegiate or otherwise, is a good thing. It's always great to see these university students come together, and this is where we've got it right now. Look at those nice UKY gamer tags. Cherry B, Nova, Rose, Ichigo, and Carp. I will say, solid gamer tags across the board, and that's something I respect. This is banana lands to me. So now Grime Time is going to walk in and have a Lapras for free. They might even take Inteleon just to style points. This is kind of the worst of both worlds for Universe. They're going Zasha. This is crazy. I don't know where we're at anymore. Nope, just forget it.
Yeah, casters clearly don't know what we're talking about. This is going to be a double defender pick here. We're going to see Lapras and maybe Slowbro. What do you think?
No, Lapras and Teleon. You got to lock it in. There's no chance you can let that walk back over to the other side. And I feel like that's almost what Grime Time is like dialing in. Trevenant? No shot. These kids in the University of Kentucky dorm room are cooking right now.
Hey, it is spooky month, all right? They got to bring a couple of ghost types here. They got to bring the Trevin in here. They got to pick some attack. Look at this lineup for both of these teams. They got two defenders on Kentucky's side. They're building the wall of Kentucky right now. And then you got Grime Time literally building the spear of Grime here. These teams are scary right off the bat.
It is no surprise to me that Grime Time is building a spear of filth, and that spear of filth is who else but Muck, of course. Rhino picking up a Hoopa like fourth pick is insane. I'm pretty sure Grime Time was like, did we even ban anything? Like, what is going on here? On the other side, on the UK side, you have to think we are going with a ton of comfort picks here.
I'm absolutely shocked. They picked up a Snore. I mean, we were talking about Snorlax earlier, but there's a character that is not banned here that is picked almost 99.9% of the time. Slowbro is taking a nap. They are nowhere to be found in this draft, dudes.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to isolate why, especially from the side of Grime Time, because Slowbro's good for a frontline engaging target, right, to slow beam them down. But UK didn't pick any of those. So what Snorlax at least allows you to do is heavy slam into the back line, right, as an engagement tool, and try and isolate that way. We might see Yon. I doubt it. Probably just a block to try and feed parts of UK's team back to the rest of the squad. Because, I mean, Grime Time is, they're building a hurting bomb here, and they're just looking to drop it on your head.
I mean, take a look here, right? They got 3 attackers on the side of University of Kentucky. That is quite literally Kentucky Fried Chicken for Beam on the Zacian, and then most likely this Water Urshifu. So Nova and Cherry B, they got some work cut out for them to stop these two diving powerhouses to defend that squishy backline that they've built together.
Oh, I couldn't agree more. Of course, Rhino putting on that little Halloween tinged hollowware as well. Really staying on brand here in the month of October, so we appreciate that. Costumed up, all left, right, and center. Of course, Carp going to be on this Mew, and they need to ball out of control. We might see like the double beam sludge bomb thing that we saw kind of at NAIC out of TTV. That would be kind of cool. That's a great way to deal a ton of damage onto these frontline attackers. So I'm hoping University of Kentucky is thinking of that and lean that way. But I mean, this is it. Like, this is game one, Grime Time, UK. And we got some ballers on Grime Time. We're going to see how hard University of Kentucky can ball themselves.
Here we go. University of Kentucky, everybody. One of the only universities I ever known to have a Pokemon Unite team here. Let's see what y'all are made of. Oh my god.
The double invade. The double invade. They are starting. They are starting, Dre. This is not great. Poor Ichigo's already at a half HP, and they are dusting him. Like, the Eevee peeling down is not the character you want there. Phantom's trying to get in the middle, and now they're drinking from a fire hose already, Draku. And we are 40 seconds into this game. And literally Grime Time is taking everything from across the map here. This Phantom is getting buckled. Hoopa's aggressive. Look at Muck. He's a Sobble using Water Gun to try and get the KO. And it's Pigeon that gets it, but holy smokes. UK's like, what is going on? Where did all my stuff go? Where are my levels?
University of Kentucky. If this is your first time here at Unite Battle Hub, welcome to the scene here. You're absolutely seeing what some of these teams are made of here. Grime Time putting on a show here. Sacred Sword, Water Urshifu, take that off the map.
Yeah, and this Lapras doesn't look so stout in the face of 3. I mean, level 6. Bora's already level 6 with a KO streak of 2. We obviously know the K opener went to Grime Time as well. And now they're sliming in a bunch of points here and making it look real easy. And look where they're going. Right back to the central. Poor Ichigo's level 4. Rhino's level 5.
Oh
Bora's about to tick to 7. And this Lapras is still level 4, which means it can't even scrap with the tandem of these two. If Rhino could keep Astonish for the rest of the game, they would. No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Oh my gosh, this Bulbasaur has a family. Stop it. Stop it, Grime Time. Give him something here. It hasn't even become an Ivysaur yet. Hasn't even taken to 4.5. They are taking all of their lunch money here. They need to call the financial department or something because these scholarships are being melted at the moment.
I mean, we said they might have been college kids cooking, but they're still working with ramen noodles in a microwave, so it ain't coming out too hot. Yikes. This is crazy. Rhino is 1v2ing here on the other side of the map, 84-0, and I still can't believe Ichigo is saying, look, the Phantom Force dodging the Rage Leap. If they get the KO on this, good lie. Drake and gets out of dodge. If they come back through, that is like the biggest flex ever. No shot, dude. And a follow-up KO. UK, what are you doing?
Oh my god, he might have the Jester outfit right now, but he's definitely putting on a clown show on the opposite side. He's gonna score a cool 30 onto this bottom T1 goal. It's 119-0. Doomsday, 120, 130. Oh my god, they're gonna go ahead and break this pad here. All the positioning in the world. This Reggie in the bottom. Yeah, let's just go up to the top lane because we know exactly what's gonna happen in this bottom lane.
We have a Bulbasaur that went center and is just now hitting level 6. Meanwhile, they're still taking all of the buffs across the map. They are so huge that they can take 2v5s anywhere they want. Bora Reach is fine. They see 3 players. I don't think they care, dude. I just don't think they care. Here comes Pigeon, gonna be able to backdoor him with the Snorlax. I mean, Draku, talk to me. What is going on here?
I mean, they have a Trevenant that has not become a Trevenant yet. They're gonna take this Baltoy, and
which means they don't have a Trevenant, Draku. That means they don't have a Trevenant.
They don't have a front line right now. Their front line right now is a little ghosty in a pot. He's gonna go and get sent back to the Pokemon Center. Bean is on a pixel here. They're gonna be able to make it back home somehow. And here we go. They got all the points in, and no KOs going over to the side of Kentucky. Oh no.
It's a wild ride here for University of Kentucky. And like you said, welcome to the show, Unite Battle Hub. Putting them, I mean, they might have gotten a taste of it if they actually played against God Squad, but getting served up a team that already won 2 on the hop and they're ready to grind out is tough sledding here. We do have a Yawn Snorlax as well, so I mean, it's just but Unite at 545.
I mean,
come on.
Unite moves on level 7 characters right now. This is not looking good for University of Kentucky. They got all the Unite moves. They're pushing to their tier 3. They have no more AOs to score onto this tier 2 because they've scored everything that they have already.
Getting a KO here on Muck or somebody would be clutch, but they just can't even battle forward. They just get one on Pigeon, which is the lowest experience level, but for them, that does give them a little bit to make up on. If they can catch literally anyone else, right? Bora, Muck, like if they catch either of them, at least the comeback experience will be heavy enough for them to do something about it.
Bora is cooking at 1v5 right now. They finally are able to take it down. The Lapras, though, getting that experience is probably one of the better characters to get it. It's level 10 right now. It's the highest on their side of the field here. But oh wait, they get the Zacian too. Here we go. Might be a little bit you know, really strong start here by Grime Time, but a lot of experience going over to the right side now.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what UK needed to do, is try and like settle out, realize, okay, this is going sideways. This is not how we drew it up, of course. But get your KOs when they're offering to them. Overstayed their welcome to Grime Time. They're feeling themselves a little bit too much there, and let Muck and Bora get KO'd. So that's what they needed to get this thing going. Still a lot of work to do, though, Draco.
Yeah, they need a lot more KOs. They need at least maybe one bottom Reggie. Here comes the Unite move coming out of Muck. They're trying to put on a small offensive here, but I mean, look at it. It's a Lapras who's, you know, the highest on your side of the map. Espeon got taken down by getting sneezed on, literally. Here comes a nice Unite move here from the Venusaur. Not really able to get anything out of it, but still a really good placement nonetheless.
Yeah, that was less about trying to deal damage. That was more about trying to keep your highest level character alive, right? Get them back on your side. And that's exactly what they were able to do. Meanwhile, Rhino's just playing offensive with these Hoopas. I mean, just stunning them down on the pad. Pigeon might get KO'd here. A couple Parasong ticks. They almost get buckled through. They're going to get the hyperspace hole, but look at Muck getting caught out. That's another quality KO into the hands of UK. So yes, this lead is astronomical on the scoreboard, but they're finding their way back in it through the levels by getting these picks.
Here we go. This is a nice death ball on the side of University of Kentucky. They got their front line where they need it. The Zacian's going deep with that Sovereign Sword as well. Bean might go down here as well, but once again escapes on a pixel. Snorlax able to hold back the enemy team here. Uh-oh. Here comes Rhino. They're going to go put on a show with these beasts. Oh, sorry, that was Bora Reach. Trying to get some more KOs. Look at 3 KOs going over to Bora now. Level 14 on the water Urshifu.
Level 14 to 3 minutes is tough sledding, Chief. UK needs to turtle up here a little bit, get all their experience, and see what they can do with this basement, Reggie. They need to start throwing Hail Marys because, you know, they're down by 40 with like 2 minutes left in the game. So not a high chance that you can get back into it, but you got to make the plays that at least give you the opportunity to. Ending this Regieleki and making a presence downstairs is where it would start, but look where Rhino is, cutting that off immediately.
Yeah, getting vision, most importantly, as well. Zacian and the Snorlax just hanging out in the top lane, making sure they don't go for that tier 1 push. And what makes this all possible is one of your favorite characters, once again, is Rhino on this Hoopa. They're going to go ahead and take this off of the map. Reggie, steal, nonetheless. Of course, you get that experience boost, but the attack boost that you get with it, astronomical.
Yeah, 3 Unite moves actually missing on the side of Grime Time, just ticked up into the Snorlax, and missing on Espeon is UK, but they're going to get that soon here. They really have all the pressure in the world on them to make something happen here. Springboarding into a death ball themselves. That was a single side-shot KO. That Mew was lined up, and Muck did not miss that opportunity. They're all over Muck, and they get the KO before they can reset. Okay, 1 down on each side, and the respawn timers for UK is much lower, but the Zacian's going to work. They're trying to find their next opportunity. They're cruising and bruising indeed as they're moving through. 2 players down for UK, Dracu, and it's really the Lapras Nova that needs to put the team on their back, but they are so low, and they're targeted down, and they are gone. KO Stricken to reach. They're pivoting, and now there's 4 players down. Espeon just came off respawn, and this Rayquaza is pretty much free. Espeon's going to have to get in there and try and make a prayer play.
They're going to obliterate this Rayquaza off of the map here. Can the Espeon get here? No, it unfortunately cannot get in time. UOK is the acronym for University of Kentucky, but they are unfortunately not looking okay in this game number 1.
No, not at all. UK could not find anything, couldn't get anything going. And as soon as the game started and I saw Pigeon and Rhino streaking across the map, not even helping their laning partners, just going straight for it and racking up another ace right now. I mean, now they're racking up the points. I knew it was going to be tough sledding. Normally, when you see a Bulbasaur go to the central area, you have your support player in the pocket with them, but there is no dedicated support player for UK right now.
Yeah, take a look at the score difference. I mean, in the first set, I said, you know, this might be the biggest score differential, but very rarely do you see this many points being scored, and on the opposing end, absolutely 0.
No, this is banana lands right now. This is absolutely crazy. Another Unite move. What is it? The 5th one out of Rhino this game. KO streak of 3 for Espeon coming alive, but what we like to call in garbage time. So those aren't really going to matter much. UK getting absolutely scrubbed and getting a big old donut.
Yeah, definitely some wild times out here for the University of Kentucky Wildcats. We were talking about it in the back room, or we were talking about it earlier, but maybe the Zera Aura could maybe give them like a pseudo boost or something here.
Couldn't have been worse.
Yeah.
Couldn't have been worse. Where's Draco? I mean, this thing was off the rails from the jump. Like I said, the moment I saw Pigeon and Rhino going across the map and not taking any wild Pokemon for themselves, going straight for the strict invade, and you didn't have anybody on UK supporting Ichigo, I mean, they were literally knocked out in the water. They were just floating on their back, praying for this to end. And unfortunately, they had to wait the whole 10 minutes before it did.
Yeah, it was bookends on the side of Pigeon and Rhino going over to the right side. You know, they might be a Snorlax, but it was definitely track and field from the get-go for this Big Berry Lax.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you have players. We're going to take a little look of how this kind of broke down. It's easy to tell what happened here. But, I mean, when you have players like Bora, like Rhino, like Muck, you can leave them defend for themselves against these teams where there's no real known quantities and really put them to the test, right? You need to beat us before we'll respect what you can bring to the table. And unfortunately, UK couldn't adjust quickly enough to what Grime Time was presenting and really just snowballed very quickly, faster than I thought even I believed it would.
All right, this is gonna be a Grime show time here, and yeah, that we're not gonna see the end because we know exactly what was gonna happen there.
A lot of points,
but quite an astronomical amount of points though. But they still got one more. You know, as casters, we can try to, you know, give them some of our energy. Viewers can give them some energy as well. What could they do here, Dubes?
Well, if they had enough time, what I'd say is you go back to UCS Season 2 footage and you watch a team called Woof Woof, aka Team Peps, because I've never seen a team get scrubbed with no points and bounce back and win more tournament games against high-level opponents than that squad. I mean, we've seen them do it against like Tally Bobo Believers multiple times, Nouns multiple times. So there's something to be said about, okay, that was a game that didn't quite work out, but we still get one more. So let's focus on what's ahead of us. Honestly, I'd start by getting a support. I would add on to that. Get yourself a central area character that can clear quickly, and if they can't, make sure your support is there with them. Don't pick Trevenant first. Maybe Espeon isn't on the list here because there are like similar Pokemon that do similar things that just have a naturally higher power level. And unless your skill set with them is best on planet, it's hard to justify switching to that. For example, just to pull one out of thin air, Bruv on Mr. Mime is the only real person that makes Mr. Mime look like a real character right now. So it makes sense for them. But when I see somebody else choose Mr. Mime, I'm like, this is suspect. Like, they're going to have to prove to me why they just selected this character.
Yeah, and I got to say, I'm pretty sure they're down a couple of patches because, you know, they picked up an Espeon. There are a couple of other attackers that are just a little bit better at the moment. You know, Alola Ninetales Pikachu maybe might be an even better option. You know, they also picked up a Trevenant. Slowbro was out on the field. You know, this is definitely looking like maybe a couple of months ago. Maybe they just haven't picked up Pokemon Unite this last summer or something. But definitely some better options for these, you know, characters that these roles that they're selecting. But I think it definitely does start in the draft.
I agree. You know, you mentioned defenders here. Slowbro is something that UK could really use, right? It's a no sir button to whatever the best thing is that you're throwing into our face. Obviously, there's a lot of frontline scrappers on Grime Time. Slowbro looks pretty good in that scenario, right? So maybe you pick it up instead of Trevenant there, and then at least you have the slow beam to lock one key target down in those key moments. And then you can leverage that, a big play like that, to take over from there.
All right, looks like we got Zacian taken off the field. They want nothing to do with the dog. They are the Wildcats, and cats don't really like dogs, so it makes sense. Ban out that Zacian. Yeah. Lapras is going to be banned out on the other side on Grime Time's team.
It is, but now old Grime Time is going to have another shot at Inteleon if they really want it. I don't think there's any priority to get into a defender or support if you're Grime Time, and I think they're showing that right now. Inteleon, Urshifu, we're going to use those to carry. You already took care of Zacian, and now UK has an opportunity to punch back. I do like this Leafeon. It scales early, it doesn't need much, and it can deal a ton of damage.
Yeah, I really like these picks on the side of University of Kentucky as well. Their last composition was really late game scaling and going up against, like a Zacian, Urshifu, and Inteleon. They have really strong early game presence. Now, University of Kentucky is matching that early game presence as well with these two evolutions being selected.
Yeah, I mean, taking Slowbro off the map is clutch as well. That's going to be a direct counter to Rose, who has to play kind of in that close to mid-range distancing. So that's a great way to shut down the Leafeon without having that take over the game. Is Rhino going to go Sableye? If they go Sableye, we know we're just in for some static here. No, pivot and grab the best supporter in the game, Hoopa, no question.
Yeah, a little suspect on the item for the Leafeon. I don't know if that's going to be the true handler, but they do have a potion. I don't know. I know we're kind of smack talking the eject button, but it's kind of a must-have for Leafeon. I have a blue ribbon on Leafeon myself, so we'll see what happens here. They got 30 seconds to make that decision, but do hope they switch it up.
I don't think that's going to be the difference maker in this game. Like, you know what I mean? At the end of this one, no matter how it goes, I don't think we're going to be saying, well, the difference in that one was the potion to eject button, baby. So I'm less concerned about that. What I'm more concerned about is how this team is going to play this early game, because they pivoted back to Trevenant, which had a very hard time getting going. So between it and Delphox, it's going to need a lot of help to make sure it takes over. Plus, it's experience share Trevenant, so it's naturally going to be lagging behind as is.
Yeah, I think these are both going to be support-oriented defenders. I also think I saw the XP share on the Umbreon as well. So if we're seeing something like both a Mean Look and a Woodhammer on the Trevenant, I think that's going to be really good to, hold off this Urshifu and this Buzzwole that wants to get to the Delphox in the back.
No, that's a super great read. And you can even have an extra layer and do Mean Look Wish, to try and get a little bit more sustainability for your Leafeon in that way. So maybe that's part of the potion plan, right? Just give as much tangential healing as you can onto that Pokemon and try and keep Rose in the pocket as long as possible. So there's some opportunities here. They do have themselves a bit better of a boomstick early game this game. So UK has an opportunity, but look where Rhino's going, straight across. They're just doing right now. They're just saying, did you learn your lesson from last time? Looks like they did. Gossifleur hanging out alongside Rose.
It's a really good adjustment here on the side of UK. They are going to pick up that Solar Blade as well. They're going to send also the Umbreon into the jungle as well, but you got to be really careful. This Buzzwole is another threat you got to think about as well. They're going to take that Fell Stinger, use that to confirm everything in the top lane, and then get some stacks for themselves.
Yeah, but you got to look here. I believe it's Ichigo that's on this Eldegoss was able to get both buffs, at least protect them for the team, which allowed them to hit level 4 early, which is good in the Umbreon and Leafeon, who are also scaling early. So not necessarily what you want, but they're not super down and out right now, Draku.
Yeah, I got to be a little worried for this top lane, though. We do see the Urshifu. It's a dark Urshifu, by the way. They're staring down a defender and a supporter as well. This should all go in the way of Grime Time. Yeah, they're going to obliterate that off the map with the Wicked Blow, and they want some stacks here as well, and I don't think they can do anything about stopping this.
I mean, they're dragging them across the floor, across the carpet. They want static. They're getting static, and they're generating it themselves. Nice little push. They're getting some points in, 49-0, and it doesn't look like Bean Bean is willing to go anywhere too quickly because they know they've got Rhino right there for the support.
All right, taking a look at the bot lane really quickly here. Yeah, look, the Drizz Isle is outpacing this Delphox by 2 whole levels here. Once again, struggling to get the little phantom that could to become a nice and strong tree here. Looks like that red buff does go over to University of Kentucky. It's a good break for them. Dark Urshifu, though, looking at that blue buff.
Yeah, they're trying to, right? They're just trying to take whatever they can across the map and stymie any sort of comfort that University of Kentucky could try and build right now, right? All the stuff that UK is supposed to get for free in the early game is just absolutely getting yanked out from under them like a magician pulling a dining room tablecloth off, right? they're just grabbing everything they can from them. Looking across the way, listen, we're already 9 points better than game one. So we're making some moves out here. You can't be too upset about that. However, these levels are starting to grow out of control.
Yeah, this is just a really hard lane to go up against, right? You got a slow bro with an Inteleon. That is premier bot lane composition. Going up against Delphox, Delphox unfortunately just doesn't have the confirm. Really, nothing has the confirm an early game Inteleon has. Right? Water gun with those critical hitting diamonds, it's impossible, really.
Yeah. Especially now that Muck's playing a liquidation game, which makes a little bit more sense why we're seeing Dark Bear, right? To have at least one form of critical secure. So you can really have the Inteleon lead the charge. And I'll tell you what, if Muck scales this hard, Nova is going to have half their HP bar plus eviscerated every time liquidation hits them. And that is horrible from your front line. And there it is. I mean, that's why you play Dark Bear, right? Nice Unite move, gets Leafy on KO. Not enough support there. It looks like Umbreon's on the verge of going down. Eldegoss does get the KO back the other way. So they do get a little bit of retribution here. But Grime Time's looking to push. Bean's looking to go in. They chip up the Eldegoss. They punch, they heavy, and slam them back. And they absolutely dust the cotton ball, no questions asked. Unite move comes out on Umbreon. They're gone. And they're still pushing as that goal zone is standing. And they're going way deep here, trying to get more points into this tier 2. And they're going to be successful as Rhino gets 2. Holy smokes.
I gotta say though, gotta give some credit over to the University of Kentucky. It was a really good decision to go up into the top lane, try to get an objective that, they had more confidence in getting, but we see the prowess of some of these players on Grime Time, recognizing the adjustment that the other team is making and sending the Urshifu up into the top lane, literally pulling the rug from underneath them and taking that Alecki along with that tier 1 goal zone in the top lane.
Yeah, and it was a great adjustment, great push, but that's what Hoopa allows you to do, right? Obviously, great macro play out of Grime Time naturally, right? Even if they didn't have a Hoopa, but the fact that you can send the Urshifu up there so late and still have that big of an impact is huge. Look at that, both tier 1 goal zones still standing for Grime Time, which means Hoopa's going to be able to bring them up and down the map, left, right, and center, and beat UK to the punch every single time. Meanwhile, they're attacking these tier 2 goal zones.
Oh man, are they gonna make a push for this tier 2 goals? And it looks like it. They have the Hoopa Unite move. They have a few Unite moves to work with here. University of Kentucky is trying to build up the wall of the Wildcats at the moment. Delphox in the bottom lane, just maybe protecting it. Here comes Rhino though, heading down into the bot lane. Let's see what they decide to do. There is going to be a Reggie Alecki up into the top lane, but if there's going to be a huge play that happens here, it's going to be from that Hoopa.
Yeah, you can see where Rhino's playing really far away from the team, right? But look, UK's distracted. They're trying to pay attention to where Rhino is, but Rhino's not the real target here. They need to be getting to objectives themselves. And look at that. Buzzwole takes it for free. It's moving down. They get a couple more points, but how much was that 13 points worth? That's the big question. The leash is coming along, and now the team is hanging out, and Rhino's going to pull everybody through. Big-time stuns, and as the Avengers roll out of the portal, here come the KOs.
All right, offense trying to go onto that tier 1, but the defense is even stronger on the side of Grime Time. They already pick up 3 KOs. They send another 2 to the Pokeballs, and it looks like it's a complete ace for the side of Grime Time.
I mean, they are moving right now. 4 minutes left in the game. This level lead is starting to get a little atrocious here as the support and defender for Grime Time are outscaling really the University in Kentucky. You hate to see your Eldegoss at level 10 leading the charge and your Delphox struggling at 9. Just can't be good. Delphox really comes unlocked. I mean, Delphox ain't getting unlocked if that's how bad it's getting locked down as they're moving forward. The portal was actually to give the Buzzwole a little bit of speed. Bean decides just to retreat, and they're like, we've done enough work here. I think every goal zone is gone except for the home base goal zone. Drake Goo, this is not looking great for the Cats.
Yeah, I mean, there is this new game called My Hero Academia Rumble something out right now, but this Buzzwole right now is looking like All Might because they are pulling out the plus ultra with this ultra beast, trying to go for some more KOs here. It's a 1v3 here. Looks like Muck wants some of that as well. Finally, the Buzzwole does get smited to the ground here. 1 KO, it's not a huge significant chunk of experience, but they are putting a siege onto this tier 3 goal zone. They are up by not 1, not 2, not 3, 400 points.
Yeah, 400 burger lead, and those are stacked up high as that is 400 on the nose. Nice little reset for Muck. They're going to be able to pop back through and start liquidating any target they want. Nice solar blade, though, by Rose to force Grime Time away. So good coverage, at least on that point. You're going to find the silver linings where you can get them, and this Regieleki is going to get eviscerated and go over to Grime Time in short order.
This Regieleki is going to bounce down the boulevard of broken goal zones. Grime Time taking a book, a sheet, a page out of Green Day here as it does start bouncing down that tier 1 that used to be there, the tier 2 that used to be there. They're going to smite this Eldegoss into the ground here. All right, it looks like the Delphox is going to go ahead and take a quick trip sky high really quickly into the Pokeball as well. Grab another one with the tree. They're going to go ahead and push this into the tier 3 dubes.
It's going to hit, and Rayquaza is on the map, but I don't think it matters as the whole team is aced. More points are going in, 740 to 70. They're actually going to need UK to play ball here if they want to get more AOS energy to get into their pockets. As that Regieleki is hit, Trevenant Knight comes out, doesn't hit the broadside of a barn. Ain't nobody in that forest listening to those trees fall, and falling they are indeed, my friend. Slowbro getting reset. The siege continues. Finally, Bean goes down. Pigeon is on the retreat. Surf comes out, but they're collapsing at least. They're going to try and keep this thing under 4 digits. That's the goal now, and that's what they're executing on. Pigeon taking tons of damage. Surf's back the other way. They're caught in a mean look. They finally get KO'd, but the liquidations are out. Nice engagement in the 2-step onto Muck. Don't have enough damage to do it, but here we go. The Trevenant just took Rayquaza for the team, and yeah, they're not going to score 700, but they can at least close this thing up a little.
Yeah, it's definitely not. It's definitely gonna be a lot better than 0. They're working their way up the point category right here. Nice 62 in the top lane. I believe that's the first goal zone broken in the last 2 games, maybe 3 games for Grime Time. So might be washed here going into the semifinal round here. But 750, 294. They're gonna try to go for a push onto this tier 3, but they just don't got enough points, dubes. I mean, they might be college students, but I don't think the scholarship money's coming in here this time.
Yeah, not at all. We got a little bit of a Daniel Powder bad day situation here. So you're having a bad day, but at least you can do is make the best of it while you're on cam here and get your points in. So kudos to them for not giving up. Shout out to the Trevenant getting across the map and just soloing the Rayquaza to try and do something for the squad here. Meanwhile, Grime Time going to push across the map and take this one quite convincingly. And why not? Why not go Rings Unbound yet again?
Yeah, fans of fireworks are going to come out on the field, but begs the question, who is really the celebratory fireworks are going to be for? Grime Time moving on to, I believe, the semifinal round.
Yeah, and a great showing by them. University of Kentucky, let's talk about them. So they had a couple bright spots here. I think Rose definitely seems like the anchor of their team. They were making some good moves. We saw a good Emerald 2-step there with the Solar Blade to try and get Muck. And with the level disparity, they couldn't quite close it out, but that's what they're thinking about. Those moves they're making, right? Catching the right targets. That's important. Meanwhile, decent defender work out of Nova in that second game. Once they got up and moving, nothing to scoff at there. So, you know, UK just got a taste, right? They got a taste of what Unite Battle Hub is about, what some of the best players in North America are about, what they bring to the table. And yeah, they got some work to do, but they aren't far off. I mean, that's what these great grassroots events are for. Keep signing up and getting these opportunities again against these great teams to really improve your game.
All right, we're going to take a look at how we got here once again. 2-0 by Grime Time. This is going to be a showtime for Grime Time here. There's a couple of definitely shining moments on the side of University of Kentucky here. But here's right after that steal from the Urshifu heading down into the bottom lane now. Here was one of the sieges onto the tier 1 goal zone. Again, Hoopa, it's really hard to make an offense when this character is on the field.
Yeah, when you're that far behind in levels, it's really tough to outmaneuver a Hoopa. Sometimes if you can beat the Hoopa to using whatever mechanism they have to bring the team through, you can leverage that and actually still win a good team fight. But when you're so far behind on levels, it doesn't matter if the players are only trickling one at a time to support the Hoopa. That is enough because they are so much higher level. So that's why I was able to be pretty panned out there. if I'm UK, again, it seems like they're a little light on the supporter pool here. They didn't even choose one game 1. They decided to go with the OG Eldegoss Battlegoss there in game 2. There's other very premium targets that were available at that time, Blissey and Hoopa, just off the top of my head. So I would have loved to see those kind of make it into the mix. But UK, thanks for playing. I hope they sign back up, because that's what this is all about, is playing these grassroots events, playing these players, getting better, showing up, and monitoring and watching your progress. And you could just see how much they learned and adjusted from game 1 to game 2.
Yeah, keep coming back. And for all of you that are watching the event, this is all about grassroots opportunities for you, especially in this off season. So if you're taking a look at participating in UCS next year, this is the place to do it. But anyway, we are going to be throwing it off to a break. Do not go anywhere. We got semifinals, and we also got the grand finals as well. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you guys soon. Welcome back, everybody, to the October Unite Battle Hub Open Series for the North America region. If you're just joining us again, my name is Drake Husan. Over on my right, we got Kanashi, also got Doob Schnacks as well. How we doing? We're about halfway through the tourney today. I hope you guys are still with us. Kanashi, how you doing, buddy?
I've been doing good. I've just been checking in on those games, but I was gonna go make a whole pizza, but like Grime Time just like, and ended up making a meal out of Kentucky, out of the University of Kentucky. So decided to cut it short and just order takeout instead. So that's just gonna be the way how it's gonna be played out. But excited that we're still gonna be able to keep the train going with Grime Time. We're gonna go ahead and see them on this next match as well. As they face off against Listomania. So, yeah, definitely looking forward to that.
Yeah, if you haven't seen who are on each of these teams today, exclamation point bracket to take you over to the Battle 5 website. We're going to be seeing Grime Time's team again. Again, we are in the semi-final round. Whoever wins this set is going to be moving on to the grand finals. But let's talk a little bit about Listomania. One of the players that is on there is one of the captains for one of the Mexican teams that made it all the way to Worlds. That is Zyle Kira. They're also another content creator as well. So this might be an even more grime time of a game with this set. You guys have any maybe insight on any of these teams, any of these players?
Well, Kira's certainly no slouch. So they are a perfect person to have at the helm of this team if you're going to face off against a squad like Grime Time, who is obviously has a lot of momentum, we'll say, after their last match. They are cruising, especially because they're getting a lot of mileage out of like Bean and Pigeon. Bean was the only player to hit over 100k damage in that last game against UK, right? Not necessarily who you might think, given who else is on the team. So when I look at Listomania, I'm glad they have Kira there to really keep the team leashed together, tethered together, and moving in the same direction.
I gotta say, this is definitely gonna be a game that I'd be excited to cast, but unfortunately, I'm gonna be taking a back seat on this one. Kanashi, Doobs, you are leading the helm on the shticks for this one. Let's go ahead and take it away. It looks like both of these teams are just about ready to get into draft, and so I'll see you guys in a little bit. All right, but here we go.
Here we go. Right. We did it. There's two of us now. We did two. We're down to two.
What? There could only be one. Just kidding. No.
Is that Highlander? Is that how?
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. We're gonna be heading into once again our semifinals. Only one team can move ahead here into our grand finals. But is it gonna be Grime Time? Is it gonna be Listomania? Both these teams have worked their way through the bracket, so of course they're here to shell out, ready to go ahead and show us what they've got. Once again, it's October Open Series, so they've had probably 2 months since the end of UCS to really kind of get some of these teams together up and running. So excited to see what they are going to go ahead and pull out and what we can see coming out from this draft here.
Well, we are about to see it indeed. On the side of Listomania, they're going to be picking two on the hop. And usually in this spot, you're either banning Inteleon or Lapras and really putting the screws to Grime Time to see what they let through. It looks like we're queuing up some Urshifus on the side of Grime Time and a little bit of a scattered approach on Listomania's.
Yeah, they're just a little indecisive when it comes to this, but if they do take away these two go-to powerhouse like damage options, it looks like a couple of the defenders will be slipping through. So we'll see what takes top priority. We know that Lapras is one of those must-pocket Pokemon, so we'll see if Rhino's going to go ahead and pick that up first, but it does leave that defender pool wide open.
Yeah, we haven't seen that in a minute where all of the defenders are available to be selected. And there is an argument. Hey, if you can't eliminate both Lapras and Umbreon, then you just let them both through, right? And then each team gets a quality pick. And of course, Listomania says quality pick. We'll take them both.
Exactly. They're saying, if you want to go through this tank of a team, we're going to go ahead and take the two best defenders off the table and now put it on Grime Time to figure out what they want to go ahead and do. But instead of opting for the HP pool, they're going to opt in for a little bit of speed, going for that Hoopa and Dodrio.
Yeah, absolutely. I like the Hoopa play. That's kind of a tip of the cap to mean look, right? Because wherever the mean look goes down, the portal can go down and you can still save your individual. Obviously, high octane target for that mean look is, of course, Bora Reach selecting Dodrio here. But on the other side, Kira taking Venusaur with a mean look to trap even the Dodrio, you just need one Solar Beam to come through to be able to get that KO.
Yeah, and it's just going to be a ton of damage. And once again, I do think it's going to come down to that timing. The Hoopa versus the Mean Look is going to be a very important one. They're going to go ahead and round out their roster with the Slowbro and the Delphox. So giving them a little bit more range in these fights, a little bit more sustain as well. Oh my, are we going to get this Blaziken?
I hope so. We haven't seen Blaziken at all from at least my metrics here. It looks like they're not ready to pull the trigger on that. If we see a Scizor, I'm raising some eyebrows. If I see a Scyther, I'm thinking we're cooking, but I'm still a little bit questionable there because they're going to be fighting through a big old Slowbro up front, and that is a primo slow beam target.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting matchup overall. We know that Listomania has this kind of tankier front line. They have the Umbreon and the Lapras to kind of just absorb most of those hits. But it does come down to how well they position themselves, considering how fast Grime Time is going to be able to like kite around, be able to teleport around. Possibly, I don't think it's going to happen, but if Fire Spin is the option from Dat Boy Muck as well, it can cause them to be funneled into certain spots that they don't want to be in. So really, it's an unstoppable object versus an immovable force. What is going to happen here in this first semifinals match?
Just looking at the draft here, I would have said Listomania has the advantage until they locked in the Scyther, Scizor, whatever that ends up being. I think there's other kind of quality picks that were sitting out there that again fill a similar role. So hey, here we go. Listomania using that gutter pick, gonna try and get a little flashy with it, and I hope it's a Scyther, and I hope it goes absolute banana lands. I mean, on one side, great slow beam target is that Scyther Scizor. On the other hand, it's a great Bliss Assistance target for their Blissey. So that might be the difference maker in this one.
That might also be like something that they can look into later in the game too. It's to intentionally dive Scyther in so that Venusaur can just be kind of uncontested throughout this. So kind of forcing them to pick and choose who they want to go ahead and target with this. But I do agree in terms of that the Scyther pick. If it happens to be Scyther or Scizor, I felt like Zoro was still on the table. There was still a lot of other options that a lot of these teams could have picked up. But the draft is done. We are here going ahead and starting off. Already burned 30 seconds in the match. But these teams are just starting to farm up, just do the same old song and dance, trying to get their levels up and running for themselves.
Yeah, this is a semifinal match, and of course the winner of this is going to go to the grand finals. Quickly, though, is Bora Reach getting scaled up, and they're trying to get as big as humanly possible, doing a good job and able to shell in a ton of damage on that Lapras, one of the few Pokemon that can contend with the chunky defenses of that Pokemon early, and Bora Reach is looking to make that happen for the team.
Yeah, and Bora already up to that Dodrio. You already see them building up that speed meter, running around in circles, kind of like what I do whenever I forget what I'm trying to pick up from the kitchen. But that seems like it's going to be the case. They're going to go ahead and dive in onto the Scyther. They're going to be able to grab that KO to go ahead and start things off. Sends the dog back home, comes back full belly, ready to go. Already targeting down that Lapras to be the next target. But, oh, the Perish Song going to be able to drop him below the threshold. And they're going to be able to get that KO. And now they're going to go ahead and look at even more. But Bean already trying to go ahead and grab more out of the central area and just apply even more pressure to this Listomania crew.
I mean, that's an easy KO for Zacian. I kept saying Bora Reach because they were playing Zacian before, but you're right, it is Bean there, and they are not missing a beat when going after these Pokemon. That's another Pokemon down, Lapras that time. And of course, Lapras, you're used to seeing it be able to just withstand and sustain, but in the face of a little bit over-leveled Zacian and one that is feeling themselves with big-time KOs, it looks easy. And now the Scyther can't even contend here, and they're forced to dip out.
Yeah, just gonna have to back out, try to get some more levels, get ready for this basement Reggie or the top Reggie, whichever they do want to go ahead and prioritize. But it is being, once again, a thorn in their side. Rhino just constantly teleporting away teammates, teleporting themselves away, keeping themselves sustained, and just starting to get ready for this basement Reggie.
Well, it seems like at least Listomania is a little bit more ready for it than Grime Time, but Grime Time's got the Hoopa to bring the team through here. And that's a nice little Dodrio engagement. They're looking for the Ivysaur, trapped in a mean look, but doesn't matter. An attack is going to get it done. And now all of a sudden, where Listomania had the positional advantage, they're kind of getting smothered real quick with a nice KO out of Bora Reach and the Dodrio.
Yeah, it's a good knockout as well to prevent that Ivysaur from reaching level 7. That would give him that Solar Beam, especially starting out here at this basement Reggie. It's going to be a Registeel for this game to go ahead and start things off, but you already start seeing Grime Time eating up more of the space and pushing away Listomania away from this objective.
Nice surf. The engagement follows through, but the surf is actually what takes it here. Pigeon getting it done with the Slowbro. Gold badge Slowbro, mind you. As the Solar Beam comes through, does chunk Muck and Reach. So they've got an opportunity for some big KOs if they can get them, and they do sort out Bora Reach. Still KO streak 2 for Muck, though, but that is at least a start for Listomania.
Yeah, and they're going to go ahead and just knock out that first goal just to make sure that it gets out of the way. And now they're focusing their attention onto the Scyther. We'll see if they bring it down. Huge damage coming out from this from the Delphox overall, and Bora Reach is like, I want in on this action. They gotta go ahead and get that drill peck straight through, get some of that damage, get the KO, and still continuing on with this overwhelming pressure.
Yeah, I mean, Grime Time is just a walking can of off bug spray. Like, every time the Scyther goes in, it doesn't matter who on Grime Time is there. They're getting absolutely depleted here. Mean look right in the middle, but following up and putting them all in a blender is the Zacian. Taking a lot of damage is the Lapras here as Bean wants that KO. Solar Beam caught in the mean look, and that's what we were talking about in the draft screen, Kanashi. That is what Listomania needs to execute on all game long to be able to win this game.
Yeah, the only thing that it does, though, is that it requires a lot of resources and a lot of timing. As long as they can get that down pat and at least eliminate one of the more important targets, they can go ahead and do this all game and try to just keep it going. Trying to go ahead and burst down that Slowbro. It's going to get out with the teleport just in time. But yeah, they definitely do have a plan to kind of isolate some of these fights and get the Solar Beam damage going through. And we'll see how well it plays out, especially here in the semifinals.
Yeah, it's like mean look, and look, you can actually see exactly what they're doing here. Mean look, Solar Beam, Egg Bomb to try and keep them from making it through the portal. They haven't quite hit the Egg Bomb yet, but you understand the strategy. Rings are unbound, they're pushing on this goal zone. Slowbro caught in the mean look, trying to find their way up front so they can surf somebody down. Umbreon's all over Rhino, but meanwhile, this coming through. Solar Beam's a little too early, but the Umbreon clutches it out for Listomania. All of a sudden, Grime Time thought they had a free Regieleki and were spacing really well, but they're finding themselves at a back end of a Lapras Nightmare as they're all getting KO'd here. Scyther moves forward to buy space, I guess. Solar Beam's raining through, but the Regieleki hits. That goal zone is gone, and this lead is only 12 points.
Yeah, that is exactly what they want to do, but they're not done yet. They're trying to go ahead and bring down this Blissey as well. Has to use the Bliss Assistance in order to go ahead and try to dip out of this fight. Bora Reach not going to quite escape with their lives either, so going to go ahead and reset for Listomania. Overall, I would say a good take. Forcing the Scyther to go all the way into the back line, buying them space for the Regieleki, and then continuing on forward, breaking some of the goals. And that's one of the things that we mention all the time here in Unite is you want to break those early front goals, especially with a Hoopa. Just taking away some of that space is important for a team like Listomania so that they don't have to worry about the rotations coming through as often.
Exactly, but you don't want to break those too early because then you give a bunch of free experience to the side of the other team. So it's a really like balancing on a razor's edge there to try and get that done. Nice Perish Song, getting tons of damages. The Fanciful Fireworks are out, and Muck is looking for the movement. Can they get? They're kind of missing with these shots, so not a lot of damage rained in here. They're trying to chuck fireballs from a long range. Meanwhile, they're trying to get wet down by the Slowbro, but it doesn't quite matter. Egg Bomb comes through, and now Listomania is looking for some spacing here, and I believe that is actually Kira that is frontlining for this team, buying time for Destino to come in. Nice surf comes through. Zacian seals it up, and they're pivoting back the other way.
Yeah, Grime Time goes ahead and secures down the Registeel, but they're not done yet. They want to go ahead and start up this engagement. Here's this huge Solar Beam just trying to get some of that damage through, but the Scyther already grabbing 2, putting a couple of them inside of his crosshair. Going to be able to grab that, grabs Bora Reach as well. So that's going to be 3 down on the side of Grime Time, and Listomania did take away 2, and we'll see if they want to go ahead and push and possibly score here, but looks like the damage is already done. Just a little bit more aggression coming out from both sides here, trying to get a couple KOs, possibly rotate that up to top.
Well, I mean, Scyther maybe finally expending all of the off spray that was in those cans on the other side of the map. They're able to get a KO streak of 3 there and really coming alive, and they need this Scyther to come unglued in the final throws of this one if they want to win this game. This Regieleki is pretty heavily contended. We got a mean look with the Zacian caught in the middle. Surf comes through, and they're actually trying to hold it down very well. They do. They catch the reset, but all of a sudden it's Destino that kind of gets bullied out. They're forced to peel back to pad, and now nobody's really willing to contest this Regieleki right now, Kanashi. as the pivot is made by Listomania, but I don't think this is a scrap they want right now. Oh, they're making this the fight. Grime Time wants to fight. They're going for the stuns. They think Listomania overextended. Back in the back line is the Dodrio. First KO is on the Scyther. They're moving through. They're looking for more. Surf is isolating down. We saw the Verdant Anger come through, but the chase is on. Bora reaches solo. Muck is trying to prevent the cover fire for them to get out. And it looks like they're going to be successful in the absolute blenderous pigeon there between two players, and they can't make it back. We're looking back at Rayquaza. The fanciful fireworks are out, and then we got the full rip on happening, Kanashi.
Oh my god, and meanwhile that fight, you saw that the teleport was trying to go ahead and bring the Dodrio back. It's not going to happen. The egg is going to stop this, and Listomania is going to just stake it out. They just stole it from them throughout this entire fight. They find picks after picks, and Listomania is looking to dunk it and finish off this match here.
You want to talk about a captain maneuver, Kira getting it done as the support Blissey coming through with a nice little egg bomb action, forcing the surrender out of Grime Time. And Grime Time was the one that picked that fight in the top path, Kanashi, and that did not work out the way they thought it would.
Yeah, we cannot call anything, you know, as our good friend Kello would say, you know, if there's a Ray, there's a way, and they did a really good job there. Like, they understood that they wanted to take that fight up at top. Grime Time wanted to start the engagement. You saw Rhino use the Hoops Unbound, bring everybody up, try to deal some of that damage, grab the Regieleki and try to get it to go forward. But Ray spawns, they take out a couple, and then they just start funneling back in. Listomania just keeping it tight, and you have to, once again, give it up to Kira on this Blissey. Like, it may not look like anything crazy in terms of the damage on paper, but being able to deny Bora Reach from going home during that last engagement was huge, and finally getting that KO ended up also allowing them to get that Ray during that last final stretch for this game.
Yeah, on all of this, while Listomania was literally playing a character down for the first 6 minutes of the game in that Scyther that just could not get going, Kanashi. It almost seemed like a liability rather than an impact player there. Finally, it coming alive at the end, getting that KO streak of 3 to really rally back and get its experience in and hit that level 12 seemed to make a difference. But Grime Time, a team that was looking pretty good that whole time, finds themselves in the back foot.
Yeah, and we have a couple of replays here from this game. You just see how aggressive Grime Time was in this early game, just finding out some of these picks, trying to return some of that damage and take space, and that's exactly what they did early. Got their levels going, got it flowing, and Listomania was playing catch up for the most part. But once again, those last 2 minutes could really just sway the tide of the match.
Yeah, and it did, right? So, I mean, we're seeing at the 6 minute mark, but really it was all Grime Time here as they were bullying a little bit. They're looking for their targets, but there's a nice mean look into the Solar Beam. We said they needed that to be a key component of their strategy to make this thing work, and it really panned out down the stretch.
Yeah, and then after that, they just started to find a little bit of synergy. This is that dive onto that tier 1. See the Scyther going all the way in the back, forcing a couple people back. They were able to break that front goal and get a little bit more space. And once again, there's just a lot of aggression, especially around the Regis. That's the entire purpose of this game. You start seeing them turning around, dealing some of the damage here and there. And yeah, Listomania just found a glimmer of hope. And yeah, really just clutched it out, especially during these last few minutes here.
Yeah, and this is the Rings Unbound, trying to get it done here. You can see what they did. They called the Rings Unbound. They went for the stun on the Venusaur with the Dodrio Unite to try and get into the back line, but it didn't quite convert that way, which meant all of a sudden, Grime Time was scattered, front, left, and center. They weren't too sure where to commit to. You saw Pigeon get collapsed on by 2 players. The rest of the team left them out on a raft in the middle of the ocean there as Muck went on the own solo mission to try and rip that thing. There wasn't enough to close the door on it before the adjustment out of Listomania happened. And guess what? Kira's there just in time to egg bomb, secure that thing, and win a game 1.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they want to do, especially here, semifinals. You want to take every game seriously and just continue to move on forward. So Listomania going to be able to grab game number 1. We'll see if Grime Time has any adjustments moving forward. What would you say Grime Time's adjustment should be heading into game number 2 here?
Oh, it's an execution adjustment. I think their draft was fine. Nothing was like so glaring. If you could make an argument for any character that was glaring, it was like the first 6 minutes of Scyther, right? It was just getting destroyed every time it stepped up to do anything. But on the side of Grime Time, in terms of like what they drafted, I think their draft was fine. I think they executed pretty poorly in the last 2 minutes there. Not because they called for that early fight. I think that's fine. I think they just didn't respond to their own shortcoming there because it didn't work out the way they thought, and they didn't pivot to a cohesive plan afterwards fast enough.
Yeah, I do think that it would just come down to execution on both of these sides. Listomania had that, like the Scyther didn't really have a crazy amount of impact. All it was used for was for space, and Listomania did that pretty well. But Grime Time, on the other hand, I felt like, draft wise they were solid. It's just a matter of tidying up some of these fights, getting cleaner engagements, and being able to really secure it down. So Lapras taken off the table to go ahead and start things off. Listomania is going to be on our purple. Grime Time on our orange side here.
Yeah, quickly locked in is the Urshifu and the Zacian by Bean Bean and Bora Reach, and there's no surprises there. Like if these two characters are available, they'll go for it. They trust in Pigeon that they can pick up any defender that's left. They don't really care, and of course, Rhino can do the same with any support. Where I'm curious is where they decide to go with Dat Boy Muck, and is this going to be a Venusaur game? I feel like it might.
Okay. Well, it looks like we're gonna get a Clefable in here. That's gonna be used probably for gravity. We'll see if that is gonna go ahead and stop some of these engagements here onto the Inteleon. But yeah, once again, the Zacian and the Urshifu are picked up here. I would not be surprised if they pick up that Slowbro as well. There you go. They're gonna go ahead and take that off the table and make sure that Listomania cannot lower any of the attack damage coming out from Bora Reach and Beam Beam.
Yeah, I'm taking a look here. The real opportunity for Grime Time is taking a Gutter Hoopa here, as long as Listomania has no real way to pull them out of the portals, but they just found one, right? They just
Mhm.
locked in the Buzzwole. They locked in the Dodrio. That Drill Peck and that superpower can yank players from Grime Time out of those portals before they reset. Now, it's going to be up to Rhino to get the perfect spacing, perfect timing, and even sometimes phantom forcing into their own portal to make sure there's just enough real estate for the players that they need to reset to get that reset.
Yeah, this is going to be a high level game to just check in on Rhino and see how they execute here on the Hoopa. Like a safer pick would have been to pick something like the Blissey that just gives you classic sustain, but being able to send your entire team back, being able to rotate around the map is invaluable for this team. And Grime Time definitely wants to execute how well Rhino can play this. So we are heading into game number 2, Grime Time, Listomania. Listomania doing really well in that final match, just being able to squeak out and take out that last Ray in order to really secure game number 1. But we'll see if Grime Time is going to go ahead and make those adjustments heading into this game here.
I think they will. I mean, I think for this game particularly, Pigeon is going to babysit Muck, make sure that Muck gets the spacing that they want. And Rhino's job is to literally make sure that Bean Bean and Bora Reach are always on the offensive. The good opportunity that they have, skilled players like Bean Bean, like Bora, are going to be able to engage on Kira to make that gravity come out early, or that Moonlight to pop early. They're actually going to dip back out and then follow up on the re-engage, right, while the cooldowns are there.
Mhm.
And that's something I'm going to be looking out for because it's going to be incredibly tactical of both of those players if they want to actually land some of these big KOs that they're going to need.
And here we go. Game number 2 going to be starting up here. Once again, Listomania taking game number 1 here versus Grime Time. And I 100% agree with what you're saying. It's going to be a matter of being active and like initiating things for Grime Time so that Listomania's reactive answers are going to be used too early or prematurely. Then Grime Time could be able to collapse in on that. That's going to be really big for them.
Always causing static is Rhino. This is a core component of this team's kind of offense, right? Or defense, if you will. Offense by defense standards. The problem is there's no hyperspace hole for Rhino to reset, but they've bullied this duo hard enough that they actually have to retreat and go get the berries. Is there going to be enough time to close out the Cellgore? I don't think so, but Rhino finds themselves with full HP and that much closer to level 4. And once the hyperspace hole is here, Kanashi, the menacing gets to another level.
Yeah, and it looks like he just got it as well. And another thing to keep in mind, he used Magician to heal up stealing the berry from the Doduo, who would have otherwise had it. But yeah, looking to get out. Oh, he's not going to be able to get out in time, but the damage is kind of already done, already taking away a lot of the experience and just not letting the Doduo have that. So definitely far back in terms of the experience here.
Yeah, that's a great call, right? When you're the Pokemon with the experience share, you don't necessarily mind giving yourself up as a KO as long as you were able to make it worthwhile, and they certainly did. Destino getting pulled, trying to poach Bora Reach to their side of the map. Can't quite get them as they are there with the nice reset out of Rhino. We said that's going to be critical, and it was right there. Destino, half HP. The collapse is real, and the damage is real. But look at that superpower, one on top of the other. Clefable gets a KO to actually evolve out of Clefairy, and now Bean Bean has to retreat. So nice defense in the 2v3 by Listomania.
Yeah, and this is what you were mentioning in the draft as well, just being able to pull Pokemon out and deal massive damage and utilizing that beast boost damage to just continue on forward with more of the KOs, more of the damage going through. And it just came at an opportune time, being able to evolve your Clefable as well, being able to help you sustain in those fights. So really good answer by Listomania, even though they were getting dove on by Grime Time there.
Yeah, without a doubt. We do see it's going to be a Dark Bear here for Bora Reach. So they're going to use that as the objective secure. They were pretty good with it last time we saw them on it. We're going to see if they can run it back. Through that portal is too late. Is Rhino coming back through? They're not going to be able to make a move on his Selgor, but they are mean look down, and the engagement is real. That hyperspace hole, they actually use their eject button and make it back. The Shmovement! The Shmovement, Kanashi. That is sick.
Yeah, being able to dodge at the last second, making sure that they are going to be able to get sent home. And that's just knowledge of the Pokemon itself. That's comfortability. That's just like hours of gameplay, just understanding your limits, what you can and cannot get away with. So really well played by Rhino in order to escape out of that. And they're just about to get ready for this basement Reggie as well.
Man, that movement was real. That was so clean. Anyways, here we go. Grime Time is around this Regice. Decent spacing, and they've got their secure tool there in Bora Reach ready to go. Here comes the Adrian. They're going to see if we can get some liquidation targets. Regice is here. Nice little surf comes through, and that's an easy secure for the Urshifu, no questions asked. Solar Beam is reset and relocated to the wrong spot, Kanashi. They can't get a KO. Meanwhile, Listomania sieging a goal zone, getting some quick points in, and the defense is on, but the damage is done. That goal zone already has 45 points into it.
Yeah, and they're going to go ahead and drop the gravity as well, trying to go ahead and back out of the team. But now 4 members of Grime Time ready to collapse here onto Listomania, just trying to deal that damage. But the Super Soul Slam coming through, trying to get some of that damage through. And they're going to hit the reverse Uno card. They just deal some of the damage. And the Dodrio just going to be able to hit that Drill Peck, get some more dunks through. And more pressure coming out from Listomania here on that top goal zone.
I mean, Destino is doing phenomenal on this Buzzwole. They are playing out of their gourd. I don't think a single Pokemon has caught a reset since they've been there, right? Every time Rhino goes in for the save, they are plucking them out from the blink and just absolutely power bombing them into dust. So credit to Destino that's really putting a thorn in the side of Rhino and their support role here all game long so far.
Yeah, and that's just once again like really great game knowledge, just understanding the mechanics of how a portal like that would work. It looks like they're going to go ahead and take down the Dodrio as well, just being able to hold that down. And now focusing their attention onto the Regieleki, and we'll see if Destino can work some magic here against a 1v3, 1v4 opportunity here.
Yeah, I think maybe that's a bit too much. Destino may be feeling themselves a little bit. They do get a KO on Rhino, but they get buckled right back the other way. They're going to try and collapse this goal zone. Pigeon on the solo defense job up there, but they're able to close that goal zone and have that Regieleki fly all the way to tier 2. If it hits, they've got a good opportunity to get a chunk of points in, but it doesn't look like they're that interested in that effort, Kanashi.
Yeah, it looks like the rotation might be heading down to bottom, just allowing the Regieleki to apply some more pressure to Listomania, force them to back off a little bit, and Grime Time looking to get in position here for the basement Reggie. Looks like it's going to be Regice again coming to visit, but Listomania is also here to visit, just trying to deal some of that damage through the Verdant Anger, going into the back. Super Soul Slam, trying to take out Rhino, make sure that the Hoops Unbound cannot get taken out here, but Destino getting surrounded by 4, but still creating even more space. The Dark Barret's going to be able to secure down the Regice, and here comes that HP recovery, just going to be able to allow the team to continue on through. Grime Time still pushing on forward, but Listomania trying to get through, trying to find a couple picks with this Dodrio. Going to be able to find 2, now 3. Still continuing on with the jump, but the hoop is going to be able to push the Zacian a little bit further away. But can they get out of here? They do not have a hoop to bail them out. That's going to be 4 for the side of ZZZZZ at the moment, as Listomania looking to possibly make it 5. Cannot quite push it down. The Amnesia going to forget that he's getting pushed through, and just a really great defense coming through from Listomania here.
Yeah, that defense was solely executed by that whole time, because that drill peck hit 4 players, forced out the Hoopa Unite, but it too late. Those players were already buckled, right? Muck disappeared instantly on that, and that was the first 2 KOs of the 4 we just saw that Dodrio get. So ultimately, it was really just a big heads-up play, and I think Grime Time got a little too froggy with that push because they found themselves caught out in the swamps, and they got absolutely drowned for it. Meanwhile, we got another goal zone closing up, and we got a 1v1 going on. They actually forced out the Urshifu Unite move at this 3-minute mark, but that wicked blow didn't actually close the door, and now Borareach used the springboard to jump away, but the chase is on, and that is 1 ping of liquidation getting the job done.
He got it. I was like, he's on him. He's got his Nikes laced up. He's ready to run. So it was definitely a chase, and oh my god, they're still going for more. The dunks coming straight through, gonna eliminate Rhino off the bat, and now that boy Muck still getting pressured a little bit by Kira as they're trying to go ahead and get this dunk through. It's not gonna go through, but now the rest of the team, Grime Time, ready to go ahead and surround this Buzzwole, not gonna be able to escape this time, and they are ready to apply more pressure. We'll see if Listomania could play a little bit of defense here on either one of these Reggies.
You can see the strength of liquidation. I mean, it takes Borareach's HP down by half with just a couple ticks of it. So, I mean, that is nothing to scoff at here. Sealing up a Regieleki, flying into their face is Grime Time clutching that out here. So they're going to be taking a look where Listomania adjusts. If they're going to let that thing hit, or they're going to get some positional advantage in the middle. And it looks like there was a Dodrio solo mission into the central area of Grime Time, but they sussed it out, read it well, and now we have 5 seconds. So Rayquaza.
Yeah, final stretch. Both teams trying to get good positioning here. Solar Beam going to reveal that they are currently here. And now they're going to surround the poor Umbreon, trying to go ahead and bring that down early. Moonlight going to be popped out here to go ahead and get a little bit of recovery, kind of resetting this fight as they are trying to figure out how they want to go ahead and engage. Listomania just chilling down here in the bottom bush, and Grime Time just kind of playing Ring Around the Rosie, using Rayquaza as kind of the center base at the moment.
Yeah, if they can catch anybody out, they'd look for. The liquidation tries to come through, but it hits the Slowbro. Again, great job by Pigeon, stepping up and taking those shots for their squishier backline. Nice Solar Beam chunking Umbreon. Umbreon gets Borareach, but they're plucked out of the horde. They actually eject through, and they're able to take it back. Vertinanger comes out. The Solar Beam doesn't follow suit. They can't hit a target. Z's is looking for an opportunity to collapse on somebody. Umbreon's front lining. The Solar Beam is out. The damage is out, and there's tons of players getting shredded here. First player down is the Umbreon, followed by Borareach. Z's is looking for their next target, and there's low HP targets all over the place. Bean gets gone to the verge. They're going to try and get buckled. They're caught in the spin cycle, but no, it's 3 players down for Listomania. Back the other way. The surf is there for Clutch now. All of a sudden, there's 3 players down on both sides, and they're looking for an opportunity. Look how low Destino is. Look how low Adrian is. What is Grime Time going to do with this opportunity here? They're deciding to pitch in, and now they're going to reset, and I think we're going to have a clean fight here, Kanash.
Yeah, they need a reset, but they also a little bit behind as well. They need to secure down this Ray, or at least try to score here, but Listomania starting to trickle back in, and it's looking like Hulkamania as you see the dunks coming in from Destino, dropping them on their heads, giving them massive concussions, and gonna secure it down the Ray this time. Even more pressure. Listomania looking to go ahead and close this out.
Grime Time was looking for an opportunity for Borareach to come back so they could rip this thing off the map, use their shred, their ace. Doesn't matter. Let's talk about the other team here. But what they did is Listomania didn't hit Rayquaza. They started A-pressing everybody. The Wicked Blow was getting charged up, but because no more damage was going onto the Rayquaza, it couldn't deal enough damage to actually secure the objective. So they just waited for that Wicked Blow to go off, and then bang, they flipped the script on the Rayquaza, got those KOs, and got the Rayquaza for themselves. Very well played by Listomania. Incredibly impressive work by them. Kira really was the superhero in game 1, but I'm looking at Destino here in game 2.
Yeah, really good pickup on the Buzzwole, understanding that, hey, if Rhino wants to play this Hoopa game again, we're going to be able to answer back. You know that they wanted to do that because they saw what the Umbreon did the game prior, and they wanted to go ahead and answer with something. Had to worry about the egg bomb on the first game, but now
Hmm.
using Destino on that Buzzwole, just being able to once again just use a Pokemon to hit another Pokemon is really big, and just being able to take him out of that hyperspace hole is just really, really important. So really well played by Destino. Really good flanks coming out from Z's as well on this uh on the Dodrio, just giving him so much space and playing kind of the game in waves.
Yeah, and they were waves crashing on the shore of Grime Time for sure, as they were relentless getting into that central area on the opposite side of the map, not really giving Grime Time the opportunity to breathe at all. Similar to what Grime Time did earlier in the night to the UK kids, they were just in the central, putting pressure, 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 and had just enough firepower to close the door there. We're looking at the score graph, and was never really in doubt as Listomania led this thing pretty much bell to bell.
Yeah, and it's just insane amount of pressure that was coming out from Listomania. We saw Grime Time, kind of start things off with this jungle invade, not quite getting out of there in time, but it's just overall like great gameplay from both these teams. Understanding, hey, we need to surround and get some of these picks, but Destino just being able to pluck people out of that hyperspace hole is just really big.
Yeah, we saw that cool little eject button play by Rhino that while they're caught in the mean look there to reset and get out of there. But that was about the flashiest thing they got to do all game, because every time they had a portal down, Destino was snatching souls out of it, and the Drill Peck were as well. Finally, we saw little signs of life here out of Bean Bean with the Zacian. But like I said, look at that big Drill Peck catching 4 players, forcing out the Rhino Unite that we were talking about in the mid game. And all of a sudden, that Zacian KO Shrika 3 got flipped on its head. You said the Uno reverse card. That's exactly right, because then it was Z's coming through and just buckling the entire Grime Time team.
Yeah, and this was that final engagement over near the Ray Pit. They tried to go ahead and funnel in, but it just didn't happen as Listomania just starts picking off one after another. And this is, once again, the Beast Boost just dealing extra damage throughout the fight and just giving them enough time to go ahead and reset. That's one of the more important things that I think Listomania was just really just understands. Hey, this fight is happening like now. We may be losing a couple members here and there, but if we reset, we could find the opportunity to come back. And they just really took away the spotlight from Grind Time.
Yeah, and they found some key targets, right? Those 3 players that were knocked down were the Zacian, the Urshifu, and Pigeon. So all they had left was Hoopa and Muck to try and rip, but really their whole team was built around the Bora Reach, Wicked Blow, Objective Secure. So they couldn't even rip it when they had the personnel advantage and when Destino and Adrian were both on 1 HP. That kind of ended up biting them as they were able to, Listomania was able to come back, like as I mentioned before, suss out exactly when the Wicked Blow was going to be hit, stop damaging Rayquaza, take everybody else out of the equation, and then take it for themselves.
Exactly. It's just finding the opportune time to go ahead and steal it away. But we don't know who's going to quite steal home the championship. We still have our finals, our grand finals here as we see Listomania move on forward. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with your grand finals.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Grand Finals of the Unite Battle Hub Open Series for the NA region. Draku Kwagashi is here, of course. Why not? It's the Grand Finals. Pull out all the stops here. Am I right, Draku? Come on, casting with a puppet.
Oh, casting with a pup. This definitely ain't my first time casting with Kwagashi. What happened to Kanashi this time? You usually have some sort of excuse to why Kanashi's not casting with you. What's going on this time?
He's actually getting that pizza that he ordered from like 3 rounds ago.
I mean, that sounds right to me. That sounds right to me. Well, who do we have in the Grand Finals, Draku? But Listomania and SPC. Both looked really good tonight. Now they're squaring off, representing their region. This is the NA, but I believe they are both representing Mexico. Nobody from the northern portions of the NA region present today.
That's going to be definitely an exciting matchup. I'm sure also these players have a lot of information on each other as well. So they got a couple of different layers here. You know, you're talking about a pizza, Kwagashi, but definitely got some onions on that with the layers of information that these teams got against each other.
Don't tempt me. I'm hungry. But yeah, it is true. Like these teams probably have a lot of background with each other, probably played against each other for quite a bit. So I'm assuming they're comfortable, and they're both here in the Grand Finals. They have played out against some of the great teams that we've seen today. I mean, the Grime Time Listomania match, and then earlier we saw SPC Soul Silver versus Miracle Makers. They did great there. So it's only 2 great teams here at the top right now.
2 great teams indeed. 2 great. I was very impressed by Listomania against Grime Time. I mean, the first game, of course, they had to come through with that clutch egg bomb. Kira did, of course, leading the charge for that squad. But that second game was a whole different script, and they found their flow, and they really took it to a strong team. And you have to give them credit for that. They absolutely dismantled Grime Time.
Yeah, both of these teams looking really strong throughout this tournament. Listomania, I mean, taking a look here, I don't believe they dropped a single game this tournament, if I'm not mistaken here. So they are looking real hot going into the Grand Finals.
That's a lot of games.
That is a lot of games.
Especially if they are going undefeated, it means that they are on a roll. They're ready to go. And I'm gonna go get the butter.
Yeah. I am looking at the bracket here really quickly.
Am I missing something? Go get the butter.
Also,
yeah, we get the butter because they're on a roll.
Well, get the butter. Well, we butter get me out of here because it's ready for a 2-box. So I'm going to give it to Kwagashi and Draku, and I'm going to show myself out. I just can't handle it. Take it away.
Okay.
All right, Kwagashi, let's see what you got in ya. I know it's been a little bit of time since we casted together, but yeah, I'm missing Kanashi, but you know, I feel like us, Kwagashi, I feel like we got something going here. We got some chemistry going here. Definitely like butter on a roll, or like tomato on a pizza, or you know, all that stuff.
Yeah. I like food references. It's easy on the palate. So yeah, this is exactly what we're going for. 2 excellent teams once again, Listomania and SPC Soul Silver. Gonna go ahead and start up the draft here for this Grand Finals that we got going on here.
Let's see who they decide to go with here. They're kind of hovering over Inteleon, over on the side of Listomania, maybe Lapras. Nothing here really locked in. Looks like Umbreon is going to be the banning selection of choice here. That's the topping that they do not want to see on this pizza. Let's see. We also got Lapras being banned out as well. So the defenders, once again, are going to be taking a seat for at least this first game, which most likely means Slowbro is going to be that first pick.
Yeah, it's one of those go-to defenders that a lot of teams want to go for and just snatch up right away. Kind of is a good answer to the Urshifu and the Zacian later. So that is a very important pickup. But we'll see what SPC goes into the bag and tries to figure out what they want to play for that defender role. I know Kanashi and everyone on broadcast was talking about digging deep in the defender bag, especially once a couple of these defenders get picked up. What happens to be the pick later down the line?
Yeah, really aggressive start here for both of these teams. Blissey with the Urshifu, same thing with on the other side with Listomania, Destino on their Zacian, same thing with Adrian on the Inteleon as well. These are pretty conventional picks, definitely nothing out of the ordinary in terms of where our meta is at the moment here. Wigglytuff, yeah, no. So it looks like Xyla or Akira is going to be going with that Clefable most likely to lock down both the Zoroark and the potential Water Urshifu that's going to be on the other side. So really good tool there to lock down these two diving characters.
Yeah, and you see that pickup of ZZZZZ once again on that Dodrio
Mhm.
that has been a menace in the side, and it looks like the final pick
Ooh.
for SPC is going to be a Pikachu.
Yeah, so Pikachu definitely not one of the attackers that we've seen, as much play, but ever since it did get the buff to one of its move sets, the Thunder and Thunderbolt, I believe some cooldown reduction was given to this Pokemon in the last patch. It's definitely gonna do make Dodrio's job, very difficult if it does decide to go with something like a Volt Tackle Electro Ball, but it could also go with that buff set as well with the Thunder Thunderbolt. I think either of those two in this particular game would go really well for the Pikachu.
Yeah, and I do like that being used, especially in the early game too. If May on this Pikachu is going to be using that once again, the Electro Web, just being able to hold something in place really quick, especially in the early game, is going to help them out quite a bit. So I do think that that's going to be another thing to keep in mind as we continue on through this game. But here we go. We got a couple of the picks coming out once again. Listomania, SPC Soul Silver going to be here in our championships for the NA Open Series.
Yeah, I mean, looking at these team compositions, they are very similar. A defender on each side, a supporter on each side, a really good all rounder in the Zacian and the Urshifu, and then really two really good attackers, right? And so it's hard to really give an advantage to either one of these teams. If I were to try to give an advantage, I would give it over to the side of SPC Soul Silver. They just have a little bit more crowd control with that Pikachu, but it's really tough when there's an Inteleon on the other team too.
Yeah, it depends on how well they utilize that lockdown that the Pikachu offers. I feel like that is going to be really important. And obviously, like if it goes Volt Tackle, just to be able to slow up the Dodrio for a second, possibly even make it lose its sprint gauge and have to reset mid fight, that's going to be important for them on the catch up. So I feel like all of that is going to be important later down the line.
All right, and so as we get into this grand finals match, let's make sure we get the energy up in the chat once again. This is your Open Series grand finale for the North American region. We got Listomania over on purple side, SPC Soul Silver over on the orange side. Neither of these teams have dropped a single map this entire tourney, so this is definitely going to be a wild game as we do see the Blissey getting the first blood over on the side of Listomania.
Yeah, and they are going to go ahead and start things off with quite a bit of damage, and they are going to continue on forward. But once again, early games, it's okay to lose a couple of Pokemon here and there, but the most important thing is in terms of the experience. You're giving up positioning and experience for that, and hopefully they could get their catch-up experience moving forward.
Yeah, nice quick attack into the drill pack as well. Pikachu May is going to take a quick trip to the Pokeball as well. Looks like the Squirtle is going to get picked up by the Drizzile as well. But most importantly, take a look at all of these stacks this Dodrio is going to be getting. But on the other end here, looks like the Zacian is going to try to go for an invade here. The Zorua is struggling to get to that level 5 evolution, or was able to actually get that there. And the Zacian now kind of caught on an island over in the jungle on the right side of the map.
Yeah, and you see the second that Zorua evolved, they were like ready to go. They already like lacing up the Nikes, going after this bird, trying to go on Wile E. Coyote and Roadrunner right here, but they are still continuing with the pressure. Just so much pressure coming out from like the second that they got level 5. They're just ready and online.
Levels are about parity at the moment here. It looks like Soul Silver's team is going to be able to get all of the farm in the central area as well. Now they're going to go ahead and take a look at the jungle here, where the Dodrio does not have the speed gauge, gets taken out by the Surging Strikes Urshifu in their own jungle, Kanashi.
Yeah, even more pressure coming out from these two like early game heavy damage Pokemon. So they are going to go ahead and send the Zoroark back home, just give it a little bit more HP and get ready for this basement Reggie if they are going to go ahead and rotate. But yeah, that is just a couple of things that we have to keep in mind, especially heading into this first real team fight.
All right, Swab is about to spawn onto the map. This Drillback should bring it all over to the left side along with the Surf. Should take that off of the map as well. All right, Squirtle, Warthog has to be really careful here. Zacian diving really deep with that agility and the eject button as well. Zorik has something to say about it though with the feint attack. Gonna take them to their Pokeball as well. Oh, a Drill Peck going into the Zorik. Lots of bodies hitting the floor here. Lots of experience being tossed around as well. Listomania is trying to make a press maybe onto this tier 1 goal zone, but take a look at this. The Thunderbolt Thunder is coming and clapping down for the defense.
Yeah, and they are not quite done yet. They're still fighting over this Registeel, eating up so much of the space. Pikachu is going to be able to secure that down, and they are looking for even more to take away from Listomania. If they do want to go ahead and engage, you do see the Urshifu at the moment already level 10 and just going to continue on pushing forward. But up at top, you know, SPC Soul Silver just trying to create a little bit more space for themselves as well.
Yeah, level 10 on that Urshifu, highest on the map. Both teams now kind of rotating up to the top lane. Both defenders are down the bot lane. Fable's just taking a look in the jungle really quickly here. The attackers are really just carrying this game right now, taking KOs from each other consistently here. Take a look at this Dodrio trying to get another nice drill peck into the Blissey. Blissey does get taken down by the Inteleon, and 4 characters now hounding down onto this T1 goal zone. There's the Azure Spy Vision. Oh, with the Nightfall Daze coming down onto the field with a triple trample. 2 characters down on the side of Soul Silver, but the Pikachu coming down to bring it down. The Thunder is going to take down the opposing attacker. Dodrio's the only one left alive, but can the Pikachu hang on here? Here comes the Rat. It's going to try to chase down the Bird. I think this is going to be a real scary one, but they're going to go ahead and trade the KOs, and Blissey takes all of that experience.
I mean, yeah, that was just a really good play by the Pikachu, using the Thunderstorm to just clean up the last couple of Pokemon that were low HP. And then the Dodrio was like, hey, I'm not going to let you just get away with this. Just trying to deal some of that damage to continue on forward. But the Pikachu just being able to trade it out, Blissey getting a little bit more experience, and just having that Bliss assistance ready whenever the team needs it.
All right, so trying to go onto this tier 1 goal zone. Unfortunately, it gets stuffed once again. Regieleki starting to march down onto this top T1 goal zone. 21 is left. It looks like they're kind of strange on onto the points here. Yeah, 40 points, a small 17-point overcap. There is the close lead over to the Soul Silver side, 99 to 95. They want some more, though. They're going to go and score nice 67, I believe, onto this top T1 goal zone. Yeah, lots of points going in. Now it's going to bring the score over to the side of Soul Silver, 189 to 95 here. Defenders are going to be trying to take each other out in the bottom lane.
Yeah, you see the Telekinesis trying to go ahead and lift that up, but nice rotation coming in from Listomania, just going to be able to grab that KO while they can. And now focusing their attention, the Slow Beam going to be able to go ahead and hold down the Urshifu. And now Listomania up 2 Pokemon right now, trying to go ahead and bring this down. Thunderstorm going down right on top of them, just trying to go ahead and shred up who they can. Pikachu once again going to secure down the basement Reggie, creating even more space for the team. There it goes. Even more of the slashing coming through, and now they're going to surround the Sword Doggo, take away the sword, take away the food, just continue on forward. Now, do they want to go ahead and focus in on the next objective? Meanwhile, SPC Soul Silver looking to create some more space for themselves. You see them pushing, continuing on with the dunks, continuing with the scores. Zoro are getting dangerously low, but it's still going to go ahead and score over here, leaving that front goal at 4 points. Never mind, they're going to go ahead and break that. Hydro Typhoon going to initiate once again, allowing the Pikachu to deal some more of that damage. Triple Trample going into the back line, focusing down the Pikachu, trying to bring it down. Going to go ahead and eject button out and trying to stay alive, utilizing the help of the team. But now Listomania starting to regroup again, starting to try to figure out where they want to go. Thunderstorm going to get popped again really quickly coming up here for the Pikachu, just trying to create a little bit more space for themselves. The Slow Beam or Amnesia going to be able to hold that down. Still continuing. Drill Peck. Now Listomania trying to go ahead and reverse it on them, trying to get a little bit more of the picks, but it's not going to happen. They're just going to disengage, but still lingering around here in the central area.
An absolutely electrifying game from both of these teams. Lots of KOs for both of these teams, tossing that experience from left to right, from Listomania to Soul Silver. When you think one team has the upper hand or the advantage, the other team comes back and mounts an offensive. We do have one more Reggie in the top and the bottom lane spawning, but these teams want to just duke it out here without paying any attention to the Regieleki into the top lane. That is a Nightfall Daze that is used around 245. Didn't really get anything out of it. They're not going to have that for the Rayquaza fight, Kanashi, and that might be a huge difference maker in the final stretch.
Yeah, it's something that we all have to keep in mind, but there goes the Reggie Alecki. It's going to go towards Listomania, and it's applying a little bit of pressure, but it looks like the rest of the team does want to back out here. Soul Silver might want to just give this up and allow them to score in here before the final stretch. No, they're going to wait on it. They understand that it's going to go ahead and push in there. They're going to go ahead and score that 40. Never mind, they're just going to go ahead and break it, but Listomania is still behind by a couple, just a little bit under funny amount of points.
There's definitely an AO somewhere in there, as that does separate the two teams here. Now we're heading into the final stretch where Quaza is going to get started by the teams here. This is a kind of a fight breaking out in the top lane. A nice triple trample, unfortunately, doesn't really get anything. Oh, Pikachu and the Blissey are down. 2 members down on the side, 3 members down on the side of Soul Silver. And it looks like the Azure Spy Vision is going to take everyone out. The Urshifu is the only one left alive, but it's going to be taken out by the Slow Beam, and the Zacian is going to slice it down to threads.
Yeah, Listomania played that quite well. They found a couple of picks here and there, and were just able to find the picks every once in a while and just pick them apart. And with that amount of space that they could create, they can continue to push on forward and could be able to take game number 1 here in our grand finals.
Yeah, I gotta say, going into the final stretch, both of these teams really close in levels, really close in scores, but it just looked like Listomania just was a little bit more organized compared to Soul Silver. All right, Soul Silver just didn't get the upper hand in that scramble, and Listomania was able to get KOs on basically everybody there. Triple trample, able to get the Blissey and the Pikachu, and everyone else just slowly followed.
Yeah, and Soul Silver just playing a little bit of defense. We'll see if they happen to find a couple more picks here. But overall, Listomania just were able to score, apply a lot more pressure, and just make the game as hard as possible for SPC Soul Silver in this game number 1. But I do think adjustments can be made. I feel like both teams played quite well, found a couple of really interesting pickups and picks throughout the match. And yeah, just so happened that Listomania played, once again, they played like these final stretches quite well. We saw them in the last couple of games here. Like, once again, Listomania versus Grime Time, we saw them like play the final stretch in a way where they understood the flow of the game and what their win condition exactly was. So really well played by them, and we'll see the final stats as we move into this.
I think one thing to also pay attention to as well is Listomania has done extremely well being kind of behind for most of these games, right? In the last set that we saw against Grime Time was able to get most of the objectives. I believe like in one of their games, like Grime Time got like 2 Reggie steals and a Reggie Alecki, whereas Listomania got 0 of them. That kind of happened here as well. Soul Silver got 1 Reggie Alecki and 1 bottom Reggie, but Listomania somehow was still able to get the win on top. So their experience management has been absolutely stellar despite not getting any of the objectives except the last one, which is, of course, the most important one.
Yeah, and you see the numbers right here. Adrian coming out with 118 damage on this Inteleon, nicely followed by Z's on this on the Dodrio, just being able to shred up quite a bit. But you also cannot ignore May. You see how much damage this Pikachu has, 122,000 damage coming straight out here. So it's one of those Pokemon that obviously we don't see every day, but once it's put in a really good team comp and teams understand how quickly that Thunderstorm comes back up, you can make an impact on a game like this. But unfortunately, Soul Silver fell a little bit short, but we'll definitely see if they make the adjustments moving into game number 2.
Yeah, definitely a high damage game for both of these teams. I mean, Dodrio really putting out here. Same thing with the Inteleon as well. Let's take a look at some of these team fights. I mean, it felt like for most of this game, it was just team fights the entire time, right? Going back and forth, sieges on either goal zone, and wins on offense, wins on defense. There really wasn't an upper hand or an advantage I would be able to give for either of these teams going into the final stretch. So it's really difficult to identify like any big adjustments these teams need to make, because I feel like both teams really played to their advantages.
Yeah, both teams understood the limits of their Pokemon and what they can and cannot get away with. And that is exactly what good Pokemon Unite players know. It's just how far and how much stuff can I do before I inevitably have to go down? Or would me dying here be okay for the team? As you see, like in this fight, like the Dodrio understood like, hey, if I keep my space, I can allow my team to come back and we could possibly win this fight. Just being able to control as much of the space as possible is really, really big. So once again, both these teams playing at a very high level. I would love to see once again another game of this high caliber, this fast of a pace too. I really enjoy from this region, and it's just fast. It's exciting and definitely overbearing for teams who aren't quite prepared for something like this.
I mean, take a look at this, right? There's obviously like a whole team wipe on the side of Soul Silver, but the scores are about parity here. 69 points separates the two teams. And Kwagashi, welcome back. Very, very fantastic cast from you as well. But again, like I was saying before, it's a little difficult to think about what these teams can do to make an adjustment. And just because these teams are at such a high caliber of play that it's all really sometimes going to come down to the draft, right? Both of these teams had a really phenomenal draft across the board from top to bottom, and I feel like we're just going to have another electrifying game as we've seen in the last one, and I hope it does indeed turn out to that as well.
Yeah, who wouldn't want to see another great game like that? So I feel like both of these teams know what they want to do. They are comfortable.
Mhm.
They know their pick bands. We'll see if
Mhm.
the flip of the draft changes anything. Of like getting the first
Mhm.
pick helps them out quite a bit more. But overall, just good adjustments, good gameplay overall, and I don't see anything else that I would change.
Mhm. Yeah, if there's like one recommendation I would make to Soul Silver's team as a recommendation or adjustment is just making sure that you continue to have your advantage all throughout the very end of the game, right? They're able to get some of the objectives, the Reggies in the northern part of the map and the southern part of the map. They just need to get the Rayquaza, lock it down in the final stretch in order to force a game 3 here.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they want to do as Listomania takes the lead at the moment. But looks like the ban is going to possibly hit the slow bro if that is going to be the case. So Listomania going to go ahead and hit the Lapras. Soul Silver going to hit the slow bro. So that does open up the Umbreon if they want that as their first pick. And that is exactly what they're going to go for their first pick. Um, Seeing that I'm not looking at the script. That is just usually how it goes.
Yeah, it looks like we got a pretty aggressive start here on the side of Listomania as well. They're going to lock in that Urshifu. Let's see what's going to be their secondary of choice here. Inteleon is obviously a really solid option as well. Yep, they're going to go ahead and go with a very aggressive start with the Urshifu and the Inteleon. This leaves the door open to maybe even picking up like a double defender option on the side of Soul Silver. They're going to pick up the Zacian. That's a pretty obvious pick here, but the second pick is the one that's going to be the most interesting. They're going to go with the Comfey.
Comfort?
Yeah, kind of switching through these supporters here, and they're actually going to go with the Hoopa pick here. Yeah, I wish Dubes was casting this one in my place here because I know how much he loves to cast the Hoopa, but Hoopa is going to come out to play here in game number 2.
Yeah, I was a little nervous when they were just shuffling through all of
Yeah.
the supports. I was like, wait, second pick, defender, uh, Wigglytuff? It's like, no, they're gonna go with something a little bit more safe and sound. And there's that Trevenant that was mentioned earlier. That's gonna be another solid defender for this squad. And following that up with the Blissey for a little bit of sustain is also really helpful.
All right, May did really well in that game number 1, over 100k damage with their Thunderbolt Pikachu that's coming out to play it once again. The Zoroark, take a look at this lineup that Soul Silver's really brought up, right? From top to bottom, really solid. Really good dive from the Zacian and the Zoroark, really good front line with the Umbreon, keeping it healthy with the Hoopa, and then a really solid back line like we saw in that last game with May on their Pikachu. And we also have a Lucario getting picked up here. So a couple of different options, right? It's most likely not going to be an East B Luca, unfortunate, but it's gonna give the team a lot more secure, right? They could go with either the Dark Urshifu or the Water Urshifu. I'm guessing this Inteleon is gonna be the liquidation, but definitely a lot of flavors here that can be selected on the side of Listomania.
Yeah, I wonder if the Inteleon is going to be water style too. I'm just kidding. Yeah, that's typically how it is. But it's really interesting to see the Lucario. We don't get to see this Pokemon that often. Usually replaced with like something like a Buzzwole. But I do want to see how well SPC utilizes the Hoopa. I feel like that's going to be part of the bigger game here. It's how well can the Hoopa bail out its team, and how well does Listomania know how to stop the Hoopa portals? I mean, we've seen Kira on this Blissey do it in that match versus Grime Time earlier today. So I wouldn't put it past them, but at the same time, it is one of those matches where if they understand the objective is to break Hoopa and to make sure that they can't get a lot of advantage off of it, uh, this is going to be a very, very like simple game for them.
Alrighty, everybody, going into game number 2 here. Again, we're in the grand finals of the Open Series North America region. Listomania up 1-0 against Soul Silver here. Again, these are going to be best of 3s here. So if Listomania is able to pull out this win, they are going to be the winners of the tournament tonight. Soul Silver back against the wall. They got to win at least one to make sure they, make this set exciting. We always want to see a game 3, as we do see a Hoopa heading over to the right side and a Blissey heading over to the other side. And we do have a thief here. Xyle Gira with their Chansey, with that pound, is going to steal that red buff from the Zorua.
Yeah, usually the Blissey is the one who is giving the eggs. This time they're just taking experience instead. So being able to get that slow gonna go ahead and hit up the Zossi, and we'll see if that's gonna go ahead and translate as well. But they are dealing a ton of damage all over the place. Manu dropping dangerously low as well. So just a lot of aggression coming out here in this game number 2, understanding how much pressure is coming out through here.
The invaders are dominating this one here. Unfortunately, Druxel is going to get taken out, and this is not something you see very often here. We see the Blissey with all of the buffs on the field is on one player, and another other than the Blissey is literally the magician hiding all of the buffs in their hat at the moment here. And we have a really weird rotation. We have all of the team members of Listomania in the bottom lane, and finally the Kubfu in the top lane by themselves has become the Urshifu.
Yeah, just giving them a little bit of space to farm up what they can and get their experience. But yeah, it's not every day that you get to see a Blissey with all of the buffs on it. Unless you're Kanashi and you just happen to have that wide open for yourself, then you take it. But yeah, it's just not something you see every day. We'll see how aggressive it gets. And already, once again, level 4, just the main purpose is just to keep the team alive. But we'll see if they can do that, as the Hoopa's going to be able to grab the first one. Looks like the Zera Aura wants to go ahead and apply even more pressure. Manu trying to go ahead and bring down this Urshifu. Going to be able to back out here. The Blissey can only do so much, but even with all those jungle buffs, can't quite slow them down. Just kidding. They are going to be able to slow them up, but not take them out. But they are coming back. It looks like the rest of the team is going to go ahead and collapse on there. The Lucario showing up as well, as they are going to continue to apply pressure up here at top.
Typically when you think of the first 3 minutes of the game, you typically associate that to the laning phase. This has been everything but that. This has been an absolute circus of a game so far. Invasions across the board. People who's supposed to be on the right side of the map being on the left side of the map, vice versa. This is such an exciting game to cast, and it's hard to say where the teams are going because they are quite literally everywhere. But now it looks like we're getting some sort of pattern here. Both teams are starting to navigate towards the bottom, but the all-rounders are in the top lane. Kanashi.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, this game looks super normal on paper. It was supposed to be normal. There's a wood hammer secure, but like, for the most part, you're watching this and you're like, why aren't they farming in lane? Aren't these guys supposed to be like shaking hands and like farming what they can? It's not the case here. They are just running around, fighting each other before the 7-minute mark, just trying to get whatever experience they can get and applying pressure to this Hoopa and their positioning that they want to get.
There you go. Listomania actually able to getting both of these objectives in the bottom and the top lane here. Looks like Soul Silver should be able to get this defense, trying to get that into the tier 1 goal zone, but the defense is on point. But on the other side of the map, Listomania is starting the assault onto this bottom T1. May trying to do their best. Nice placement by the Thunderbolt, but it looks like Adrian is struggling to get that 40 in. There goes the 40. That is a nice overcap onto that bottom T1 goal zone. 144 to 94. Listomania is currently on top.
Yeah, and you just see the way how they're splitting up the field. They sent 2 up the top to apply pressure to the top goal, grab the Regieleki, which is the game plan against a Hoopa. It's take away those front goals as soon as possible, but not too soon that you give them bonus experience. You want to just apply pressure and not allow them to rotate. But this looks like the case coming out for Listomania. They're just doing a really good job of keeping competitive in the levels and also applying pressure around the map.
Yeah, a little bit of an uncharacteristic miss there from the Lucario player missing their Unite move. Was able to get the KO onto the Zoroark anyway, but they definitely won't have their Unite move for this bottom fight. Both teams now just trying to get some vision on where the other team is. The Blissey is just going to take a walk through the jungle really quickly. Kind of a small fight into the top lane. A liquidation is going to liquefy this Zacian, and a Nightfall Haze is going to find nobody. He's going to get taken down in the process. 2 KOs going now for Dr. James Pond. 3 KOs, mind that.
Yeah, and he's still going, looking like Lloyd Forger out here, just continuing to shred up the rest of the crew. But that's not for all. You see the Pikachu popping the Thunderstorm, just trying to deal a little bit of this chip damage, but it's not going to be enough. Listomania just applying pressure here and there and just making their presence felt.
Yeah, they're going to be able to take this Regieleki off of the map with ease as well, unless the Hoopa has something to say about it. Commentators curse. It looks like the Hoopa hyperspace hole was able to pull off a miracle in the top lane. Alyssa should be able to take this off of the map, but it's going to give Soul Silver's team some time to navigate their way to the bottom, break this goal zone, and maybe get this objective in the bottom lane. All right, here comes the rest of Listomania. The race is on. Can they take this off of the map? The only one that's down here is the Trevenant. Registeel brought down to about half. A Woodhammer is going to find 2. A nice Unite move is going to hit the Registeel. Unfortunately, cannot get anything out of it, and this tree is going to get sliced to ribbons.
Yeah, and they may give up the Trevenant, but they are not giving up on the play. Start seeing the rest of the team starting to rotate through, trying to bring everybody back. The Hoops Unbound coming out, the Thunderstorm right on top of it as well. Just trying to say, hey, if you're coming out here, you're going to get shocked. But it's not going to be the case. They are still pushing on forward onto this bottom goal, and they are being split up and scrambled at the moment. Start seeing the Hoopa trying to back out here. Zoroark trying to dive in quick, but it's not going to happen. The liquidation already shredding straight through. Even more pressure coming on top of the Umbreon, trying to go ahead and burst it down. Going to be able to survive just a little bit, get a little bit of their speed going, but they're just going to go ahead and sprint back home. Really well played by Listomania on terms of like bouncing back from that fight.
Man, that Umbreon must have called the Make-A-Wish Foundation, somehow able to get back to that tier 2 goal zone with the self-recovery from the healing of Wish as well. We have about 45 seconds, one more objective in the top lane. The scores are about parity, about 50 points. It looks like 61 points separates these two teams here, and it looks like in terms of levels, it looks like, yeah, with those 13s on the side of Listomania, they do have a small level lead, but that is not such a significant lead that they have so far.
Yeah, and you already see the way how Soul Silver is trying to play this out. They are grabbing all of the objective space down at bottom, and it looks like they're trying to ISO a fight possibly and just get this thing started. They do. They already find Zacian, already finds 1, and now looking to push on while they have the numbers advantage. The Lucario caught in the middle of no man's land, in the middle of SPC Soul Silver, and they're going to go ahead and shred them up. Looking for even more, trying to return the favor onto the Umbreon. They are going to be able to do that. So Listomania trying to even out the numbers. Rayquaza down to its final HP. Who's going to get it? The coin toss going to go towards Soul Silver with the Hoops Unbound Hoopa, but can they capitalize off of it? You start seeing the Pikachu heading up to top, and the rest of the team is starting to rotate around, but the damage is still coming through. It is a very close game still. So defense is going to be really important for the side of SPC Soul Silver. We'll see if there is going to be a push in this final minute and 20 remaining on the clock.
19 points, Kanashi separates these two teams. Pikachu still in their Pokeball, taking a little bit of a rest here, but the siege is onto this bottom T2 goal zone. A nice score, maybe onto the top T1 or T2. Can they get any points in here, Kanashi? All right, looks like the Hoopa is going to try to heal their team, but unfortunately doesn't get anything out of it. A lightning storm is going to crash down onto this T2. Lucario gets taken down here. Looks like the defense for Soul Silver is just a little bit better. It looks like they're going to get another score from the Hoopa as well. They still have their shield. 86 onto that bottom T1 goal zone, and that might lock it in here. But take a look. Kanashi, Listomania is running down this bottom path. Can they get these scores in?
It is not over. Anything could happen in these last 30 seconds. And they know that the thunderstorm is down. They're starting to chuck everybody and the playbook at them as they are trying to create a little bit of space. Kira starting to wind up. No, it's going to get disrupted. And the rest of the team, Soul Silver, starting to collapse in here. Going to go ahead and take out the rest of Listomania and their final push here as they are playing excellent defense here on this bottom goal. But man, Soul Silver wants a game 3. They're gonna get a game 3 as they play an excellent defense here on the bottom tier 2 goal. Be able to stop Listomania from pushing on forward and continue their dreams here.
An electrifying game 1 and an electrifying game 2. And you know what that means, everybody. With Soul Silver winning this one here, this is going to force a game 3 situation between these two powerhouses. Not only is the offense beautiful for both of these teams, but the defense is also phenomenal. The defense was just a little bit better on the side of Soul Silver for game number 2.
Yeah, just being able to hold it down, create a lot of space, and do exactly what they needed to do. So, SPC just making the right plays at the right time, and being able to at least push this to a game 3 is really, really good. So, it's no longer on their side. We got to just figure out what exactly they want to do. Both these teams played excellent Pokemon Unite into this game number 2. So, we are guaranteed nothing short of a banger going into game number 3.
I mean, take a look at these scores, right? Going into the final stretch, it was such a close game. It was, about a 50-point game between these two teams. The scores and the levels were about parity. Like, once again, like we were saying at the end of game number 1, the adjustments that these teams need to make, it's hard to say here for us casters and commentators because of the stellar performance that both of these teams. Let's take a look really quickly how we got here. This is pretty typical, conventional, struggling to get their evolution with that Urshifu. But, despite having kind of a struggle in the early game, they also were able to get back as well, as we do see the Urshifu really coming online in the middle part of the game.
Yeah, and that was the important part, was just to try to get the rest of the team online and ready to go in some of these engagements. But overall, once again, like, both these teams were allergic to the lane kind of at the beginning of the game, and just being able to make the rotations do exactly what they needed to do to secure down the game was really important. But Listomania overextended with the Luca. Soul Silver took advantage of that, got that KO, and then it just became Shred City. Whoever just got the last hit, it was the hoops. This way, hoops, and yeah, that really worked out in their favor. So great game, and looking forward to game number 3 now.
Yeah, this has been such an exciting conclusion to the night. If you haven't taken a look at the bracket, like, both of these teams have not lost a single game this entire time, right? The only time they have lost in this tournament was during this set, and the fact that they're now going to a game 3 is just, it's Cinderella story, but for both of these two teams, honestly.
Yeah, both of these teams just made their way up to the top one way or another. So yeah, they are nothing short of excellent. So excited to see these two teams if they do happen to make their way through not only this bracket, but also other brackets and other tournaments later down the line as well. So we'll be definitely keeping an eye out for these two squads.
Yeah, so we are going to be heading off into the game 3 for this set. It's hard for me to say, like, who's going to have the advantage here, right? Like, for the first game, like, Listomania was kind of on their back foot, but they're able to pull it out for the Rayquaza fight. Kind of same thing here for Soul Silver. I don't think they were that far behind in this game number 2, and then Soul Silver was able to pull it together for this Rayquaza fight. Is there a player or a character that you could give like an early MVP just going into this last game? Like, if there's a character that's really shined for me, it's going to be the Pikachu player on the side of Soul Silver. May has been doing a phenomenal job at a character that has not, again, seen a whole lot of light in the attacker category.
Yeah, true. Assistant, bring in the trophy for a sec, real quick. Okay. So overall, yeah, the Pikachu player is an X factor. They are one of those Pokemon that you don't see often, and when it does pop off, when it does deal a ton of damage and force a ton of teams to scatter, it's very high impact. I mean, you also have to consider the set build that they have on the Pikachu as well. It's not just energy amp to use Thunderstorm as early and as often as possible, but it's also the use of the Curse Incense to prevent some of the healing as well. So it's like an AoE, like it's like a makeshift fanciful fireworks coming out from that.
Yeah, not only is it a fanciful fireworks, but they get it much more frequently than fanciful fireworks. It makes the sieges onto tier 1 goal zones all the more possible, right? If you just lay down a thunder, or yeah, you lay down a thunder onto a goal zone, that just literally removes your primary source of healing outside of your traditional healer on your team.
Yeah, and that it's like a very interesting way of playing it and just a really quick Pokemon to use. So we'll see if SPC May is going to go ahead and bring that out again. But overall, like a really standard draft once again. Lapras, Urshifu going to be the bans. You see the 2 defender pickups early, and that should help them out move on forward throughout the rest of this tournament. But once again, this is the final draft of the final game. Game 3. This is exactly what we were looking for.
Yeah, definitely no out of ordinary picks here. This is just a phenomenal lineup across the board. Do they pick up a Decidueye, please, Kira?
Draco
You know
would
me,
like,
I am quite literally, I a lover of the Decidueye, but no, they're not gonna pick up the Decidueye. But they're gonna pick up a Blaziken? No, they're just
they're picking up the
Castle,
Garchomp instead.
Garchomp, though. Garchomp is a character that hasn't really gotten buffs recently, but it did get a really cool Hollowware, the Wanderer Garchomp. So this is the first time we're seeing a Garchomp on cast today, and we're seeing a Sableye as well. All right, these teams are just having fun now.
Yeah, they're like, yeah, game 3, let's put on a show. That's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to show out and shell out here in this final game. So it's going to be really interesting to see what the swap of Roonies are going to be. I'm assuming Destino's going to go ahead and take the Luca. Yep, there we go. And then give Kira that egg. And yeah, these teams have got to figure out how they are going to win this final game. We aren't playing for any prize money, but we are playing for the title of Unite Battle Hub Open Series North American Champion for October. Almost forgot what month it is, but yeah, it is crazy. And if anything has got us, if I got to say anything, if I'm gonna make a joke, these games have been today's date because they have been a 10 out of 10.
It is 10-10. These games particularly have been a 10 out of 10 between these two teams. Looking at the roster lineup for these two teams, obviously very interesting with the Sableye and with the Garchomp. And believe it or not, I would actually give the edge over to Kira's team, Listomania. I mean, they'd have 2 sources of healing here. It doesn't matter. I don't know what the Umbreon is going to go with, whether they go with Wish or the other ability, but they have a Blissey, and taking a look at the other team, they don't really have any source of primary healing other than the goal zones themselves. So they got to be really careful with their engages and, going on for long extended fights because they don't have the healing for them, Kanashi.
Yeah, that is going to be the difference. One has got sustain, and the other one, it's got the heal. It's got the egg as an option. So once again, hopping into our game 3 of our grand finals here is going to be Listomania, as they're going to be facing off against SPC Soul Silver, and we could not ask for a better game. Jungle invades, no lanes, no problem. Let's see how they're going to go ahead and play this out.
All right, both the Blissey and the Zoroark know the Sableye is somewhere lurking in the shadows of the jungle here. All right, let's see if they're going to be able to get it here. It's always exciting when you see an invader succeed here. They're going to use their ability, and it looks like they're going to be able to get it here. The blue buff is going to get stolen by the sneaky Gremlin Sableye, and they're going to go ahead and go up to the top lane with that blue buff as a trophy.
Yeah, gonna be able to sneak out of there like Kanashi sneaks out of the kitchen at 3 a.m. with a whole quesadilla. I see you, buddy. That's exactly how it operates here. So really well done by the Sableye, just getting whatever buffs they can and can continue on through. But yeah, both these teams not pulling any of their punches anymore. This is game 3. They want to take home the trophy ? They just want the title.
Oh no, this Gibble is caught out by itself currently in the top lane. Does not get KO'd, so good job by the the Gibble player by not handing even more experience to the Zacian and to the Dodrio. Heading down into this bottom lane, it looks like a lot of experience going over to the right side once again. Level 6 on that Dodrio is currently your highest on the field.
Yeah, and they are just continuing on with that pressure, and it looks like it's also a try attack. Instead of the drill peck this time, they are just trying to deal a little bit of that damage straight through. But it looks like the Luca might want to go ahead and take this fight. We'll see the little bit of a distance coming in from the try attack, but the sneaky, the sneaky Inteleon just being able to uncloak at that opportune time to just go ahead and get that KO.
Yeah, when Listomania thought they were dealing with one invisible Pokemon, here comes the second invisible Pokemon, the Drizzle, coming in with that critical hitting water gun, getting that level 7 and all of the farm that spawns the 8-minute mark in the central area. And so now the level lead is starting to look in favor of Soul Silver here, getting really close to their Unite moves to level 8 on their side of the map. But it looks like Listomania is trying to get some experience elsewhere by trying to get some scores onto this bottom T1 goal zone. Unfortunately, the Zoroark is going to get traded for in the process.
Yeah, Zoroark and the Luca are going to go down, and now they start collecting even more. See even more of the pressure coming up from the Dodrio. Do they have enough power, though, behind those punches to go ahead and get the KO? That is going to be the case. They are going to go ahead and break this front goal right off the bat, and now that is even before the Reggie spawn. So now it's giving them even more space to operate here. If you're on the side of SPC Soul Silver, going to be able to go ahead and grab that. Meanwhile, Listomania going to go ahead and focus their attentions up at top.
Oh, he's going to fear him off of that goal. So nice defense by the Sableye. Looks like they're going to be able to get this pretty convincingly. Yeah, we're going to put the Sableye in jail really quickly. I don't think the Sableye is going to be able to make it out of there. Yeah, and here comes a siege onto this T1 goal zone. Zacian got to be really careful. It's going to get put in jail as well. Here comes a triple trample all the way into the back line. The Garchomp or the Goodbye is going to get the sharp end of this beak from the Dodrio. The reward going over to the Inteleon instead.
Exactly, and you start seeing even more of the pressure coming out from SPC Soul Silver, starting to rotate even more. Going to go ahead and take down the Blissey, takes out the Umbreon. Not for free, though. The Zacian also goes down, and Zoroark ready to kind of get some revenge. We'll see if the Inteleon is able to dodge the big dodgeball coming out from the Lucario, but Listomania trying to go ahead and back out of that engagement, but definitely a close call for that Inteleon.
Inteleon probably took a page out of Vince Vaughn's dodgeball. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge is what this Inteleon player said. We finally do have a Garchomp on the field at level 9, though. 156 to 56. 100 points separates these two teams with an obvious level lead by Soul Silver. There's going to be a fight here in the middle if these two teams decide to go for it. Dodrio's just hanging out in the top lane, defending this gill zone. But look at this, a huge team fight breaking out in the middle. A slow beam is going to make itself onto the Umbreon, but unfortunately Umbreon, just as tanky as it is going to forget all about it, just like the Slowbro does.
Yeah, and you see how aggressive this Blissey is too, just running all the way to the other side, just trying to get a little bit of information for Listomania, just to give them a little bit of space. Will the liquidation be too much? They are going to go ahead and toss an egg towards their friend and just trying to keep it up. Nightfall Days coming straight out, going to go ahead and transform into the Slowbro, just trying to go ahead and waddle their way out of this fight at the moment. But we'll see if they have enough time to go ahead and break. Another egg going their way, trying to keep this Zoroark up in this fight. But we'll see if they happen to get away. They're starting to speed away, and those two are going to be able to go home in time. Or are they? No, it looks like the Blissey is going to be the poor take option for this Sableye, trying to go ahead and eat them up, but it's not going to happen. They have too much HP, and Listomania is just taking whatever they can at this moment.
What an interesting turn of events here, right? Soul Silver, you know, was kind of locked into the pattern of going into either objectives, but Listomania decided to push the tempo with their team because they reacted, or they decided that they needed experience elsewhere on the map. So they were looking for picks that they can find, which they got. And now look at the levels. The Garchomp is level 12, the Zoroark is level 11, Lucario is level 11. The scores are in favor of Soul Silver, but these levels are about parity now, Kanashi.
Yeah, with a couple of KOs, the swing HP goes their way. So, yeah, they're just trying to make it even. The Livid Outrage trying to go ahead and grab the Inteleon. They're going to go ahead and do that, and that is going to be a really big pickup for them. It is at that 4-minute mark, so it's actually opportune time, but can they get away? Just taking so much damage. They're trying to use the eject button to go ahead and push a couple more members back towards their team. and it's not going to happen. They're trying to break this top goal. Let's see if any of them could get it. No, they're getting pushed away even more. The damage Nightfall Days coming straight out for the top, and the dunks coming through. Can't quite get that HP down for the side of Soul Silver as they are continuing to push on forward. They may not have defended the goal, but they will defend even more of the space, taking 4 names off the board, and they might look at the Lucario and Regieleki to be their trophy here.
Inteleon, or James Pond, quite literally said, "Get out of my swamp," as they did pop that Unite move. Plenty of time to be able to get that back. They have a lot of farm on their side as well. It looks like Listomania has to deal with this Regieleki, but they also got to deal with this pestering Dodrio that's trying to make some room for this Regieleki to move forwards. Alakira looking really healthy with their Blissey. They're going to be able to take all the farm on their side of the map to get this Inteleon, their Unite move back.
Yeah, and that is going to be the case. Just trying to make sure that the Inteleon can get that Unite move online, the Azure Spy Vision, just to give a little bit of information before this fight starts. So the farm is going to be important, and being able to get a little bit of space going their way is going to be important as well. So a lot to keep in mind as we're approaching this final stretch. About 10 seconds left before this engagement probably breaks out.
Everyone, this is the grand finals and the last Rayquaza of the evening. Make sure we give our energy to these teams here. And here comes the Azure Spy Vision. They're going to use the ability on the Rayquaza. Are they going for a rip here? They're going to go for it all here. They're going to try to rip this off of the map. Here comes the Sacred Sword as well, but the Lucario, of all things, able to get the confirmation. And my dog's going crazy. I'm going crazy. And it looks like Soul Silver is going to get aced here, and maybe a white flag being tossed up, because look at all of the scores coming in here. Listomania, despite losing all of the objectives, they are able to get the most important one here, and they're going to make their presence known in this tier 3.
Yeah, just being able to go ahead and dunk away their problem. Still continuing on with the barrage onto the middle goal. And you know, they said Listomania had that dog in him. Draco's got that dog in the room as well. I don't got no dogs. So this is exactly how this is going. But overall, like, just really well played by Listomania. They understood that Soul Silver wanted to shred down the Ray as soon as possible, but being able to just go in there, contest at the last second, make it as tough for them as possible is pretty much giving them the green flag and the trophy that we don't have. But they are going to go ahead and be the champions here at Unite Battle Hub Open Series NA.
All right, we got about 40 seconds left here. Another 100 ball going into that tier 3 goal zone. I just don't think they have enough points here. Yeah, they're gonna get, maybe try to push them to their tier 3 goal zone, but here comes the rest of Listomania to back them up. They don't even have the points, and here comes the last Azure Spy Vision. I don't know if that was necessarily the play to go for an immediate rip, because I mean, take a look at what they have on the other side, right? They have Lucario, has Aura Cannon, one of the best confirming Unite moves in the game. They have Nightfall Days from the Zoroark, another really strong confirming tool. They have the Bliss Assistant as well. So on paper, you know, Soul Silver going for that rip, I don't know if that was the proper play to even go for, because of what Listomania had on their team.
Yeah, it did come down to what they say in basketball, KYP, know your personnel. They knew exactly what they needed to do in that moment. They said, hey, if Soul Silver is going to try to rip, we have better secure. So they tried to answer back with that Aura Cannon. That's exactly what they used to secure it down. Even though Soul Silver was just applying pressure here and there, they had the information. It just didn't go their way here.
Yeah, so big congratulations to Listomania's team here. ZY to the power of 6, Kira, Adrian, Robin, Destino. They are your October Unite Battle Hub Open Series North American champions for the month. A really good showing by Soul Silver as well. Only dropping 2 games this entire evening. Unfortunately, couldn't lock it in for game number 3.
Yeah, would be excited to see these teams go at it again, because once again, like, this is the best that we have to offer here at Open Series. I would love to see them come back for Double Trouble once a lot more of the teams start playing in, starting to find their grounding as well. But just an overall great showing from both of these teams.
Yeah, overall great showing by all of the teams that were featured tonight. And yeah, let's take a look. Let's close it out with some of these replays here before we log out for the night here. But once again, these two teams just duking it out the entire time. This is what I was talking about. Listomania just finding an angle to get themselves back into this game. Obviously, Soul Silver had the level lead and the point lead here, but pushing the tempo in the central area to get some very important KOs. They got a KO, I believe, on the Zacian here, maybe. Yeah, I got a KO on the Zacian and the Dodrio as well. And so Listomania, they were down and out for the first 2 to 3 minutes, but they found their win condition, or at least to get them back into the game for the middle part.
Yeah, and you just start seeing some of this swing experience go their way, and it is like both these teams found the out. They understood what they wanted to do to the other team. They created space here and there, and SPC Soul Silver once again prioritizing objectives, getting whatever they can, but the only objective they couldn't secure down was that final one, was with Listomania just knocking out the door of Ray. It just made it so much harder for them to continue on and actually just put the nail in the coffin, just get the final win,
Well, that is going to conclude our evening here at Unite Battle Hub. I do want to give a shout out to all of the competitors, the teams, and the participants today. You were an absolute joy to cast and to commentate for. Do make sure you come back for all of the open series events for the North American region. But we also, hey, not only do we have these events for the North American region, we also do have them for 2 other regions as well, the LATAM region and the EMEA region. These are going to be next Tuesday is going to be for EMEA, and then for LATAM is going to be the Tuesday after that. You can see all the dates here. All of the signups are on all of our socials, so do make sure you follow us on X or Twitter, and make sure you do follow us on all of that to know when all these events are happening.
Yeah, on top of that, we do have Double Trouble as well. We are waiting to figure out what days those are, but once we do get that set up, always check the socials for the for Unite Battle Hub. That will give you all of the information that you guys want. And yeah, once again, thanks Jaku, thanks Doopstacks. You guys get top banana awards. Here you go. And everyone else who participated in the game, keeping the scene alive and healthy. So really good showing. Once again, congratulations to Listomania showing us a high octane style of Pokemon Unite that took home the trophy. But yeah, once again, this is Unite Battle Hub North American Open Series. I'm glad that everybody else was here as well. Thank you very much, and we will see you guys on the next one.